Hello, gamers. Happy Thursday. I hope you're having a good middle of your week so far. Let me catch up on chat. Doe, congratulations on being first. Here is your cookie. And Ma, thank you for paying your daily loan. You're at 19,000, what is it, 850? Yeah. You've been bested again. How you don't get first when you live with me. Doe, thank you for paying your daily loan. You're at 1,000. No. Yeah. 1,005 bells. Let's go. You got 1,000. You finally got your green teddy. Nice. I assume you mean like a Teddy Ursa. Um, I love green Teddy Ursa. Are you underground yet? I'm not. I can go underground. Um, Internet. Yes. Save. I was gonna wait for you to figure out your Switch, but I guess you figured it out. How are you? I'm good. I went to the dentist today, so this side of my mouth is kind of a combination of numb and also hurts. Um, so that's fun. Uh, Charlie, are you down here? What is your number at? But yeah, I went to the dentist and I got a cavity filled. I hate getting cavities filled. It hurts. So now this side of my mouth is like a little bit 14. I'm at 15. Try going up and coming back down. And then if that doesn't work, I'll go up and come back down. But yeah. So hopefully the side of my face cooperates on stream today. Who's to say? But yeah, we are still raising money for Save the Children. So if you guys do exclamation point donate, you can donate. And if you donate $1, you get your name on an egg. If you donate $5, you get to put a tattoo somewhere on my person. And if you donate, I think it's 10 for a bean. I don't recall the other ones, but the incentives are on my Twitter, so you can look into that. I know if we hit $25, you guys get to pick my Discord or my Twitter profile picture for a month. And if we get to 50, I'll crack an egg on my head, I think, is the milestones. They're also listed on the Tiltify, so you don't even have to go to my Twitter, actually, because they're listed on there. But nonetheless, my Twitter, TikTok, Blue Sky, all that stuff is right there, too. If ever I say Blue Sky or Twitter, I typically mean them both interchangeably. Like, if something's on my Twitter, it's probably also on my Blue Sky, and then vice versa, because I just cross-post everything. So if you're more of a Blue Sky girly, you can look there. If you're more of a Twitter girly, you can look there. If you have both, then, you know, whatever, do whatever. But yeah, the new packs dropped in TCG Pocket, the Lunala and Solgaleo packs. So I've opened, I think, 3 of them since they dropped. A Lunala, a Solgaleo, and another Lunala. So I don't think we're on the same one. Okay, I'll go up and come back down. And I think I have enough hourglasses for a 10-pack. So if I do, we're going to open a 10-pack in a minute once Charlie and I can get onto the same server. Try internet again. I'll have to see if I can get the thing to come up with my phone. Because sometimes it's kind of silly. So I'll see if I can get it to work. Okay. Oh, I'm on the one with 15 now. Yay, we're together. Yippee! Okay. Cool beans. So let me go ahead and get these packs pulled up. and share my screen with you guys. There we go. I was like, it's not coming up. Okay. Let me scoot over here. And we'll open up some packs. Let me like scooch it down a little. Okay. All right. Should I open 10 Lunala or 10 Solgaleo? I got a shiny Marowak again when I opened a pack like before stream. Like this morning I opened one and a freaking Marowak popped out, so that was cool. 2 shiny Marowaks in 1 week is kind of crazy. And then what else do I have from these sets? Pretty much nothing else interesting, to be honest. I got the Marowak. I got the Sandygast card. And the Oricorio. But those are the only, like, fun ones I have. The rest of them are, like, pretty normal. I opened a Lunala pack earlier, so let's open 10 Solgaleo. I have barely enough. I have 128 and it's 114. Okay. Let's hope we get something good. All right. Let's get a good cut across. Oh, that was pretty clean. Literally none of them had like sparkles or anything. But this one has something back there. Okay. Delcatty, Alolan Meowth, Drillbur, Banette. You're kidding. Shiny Machamp EX on the first pack. 2 green shinies in 1 day. I opened the Marowak right before stream. I'm like cracked. Why are the green shinies like they just know. They see my hair and they know. Okay, well I guess we're shiny hunting Machamp at some point. Because I don't have one. Alright, well that's pack 1. This one's got nothing. Arcanine, Trumbeak, Spoink, Bounsweet, and Hariyama. This one, we got something back there. Wimpod. At least we have a lot of new stuff. Green shinies like you. I like green shinies. Wimpod, Cloyster, Litten, Phantom, and oh, Megarna. Cool. Yungoos. Oh, we got something. Yungoos, Alolan Graveler, Alolan Diglett, Rockruff. Oh, look at the baby. Shiny Wigglytuff? I'm so cracked. The green eyes. The green eyes. Bro. I still haven't gotten that Wigglytuff that's like... but... Shiny Wigglytuff, sure. Why are you cracked right now? I don't know. I'm glad I went with the Solgaleo packs. Alright, another Bounsweet. We got a repeat. Sophocles. Sophocles? Who are you? I haven't played all the way through my Moon copy. Glad it isn't cursed. Me too. Litten, repeat. Crabrawler. Alolan Graveler. Okay. Leaf Cape. There's something back there. Helioptile. Baruxish. Alolan Geodude. Megarna again. Okay. Glad we have 2 of those. Mudsdale. Fletchinder. Fomantis. Rockruff again. Gallisapod. Oh man, the freaking watermark. Heck you, watermark. It's okay, we don't have anything in this pack. Salazzle. Alolan Geodude. Lena. And Tauros. What are we on? Pack 9. Okay. Oh, we got something in there. We got something. Banette. Solrock. Serena. Oh my god. That is, for lack of a better word, a sexy shot of Serena. She really said she's modeling. God damn. She is thick. And Klefki. Cunty? Yeah, cunty for sure. Cunty probably a better word than sexy. All right, last pack has nothing. Lurantis, Cosmog, Makahita, Dewpider, and Alolan Graveler. All right, well, first pack was cracked. A lot of new cards. Fourth pack was cracked. Pack number 9 was pretty good. I'll take that as a 10 pack. I'll take it, to be honest. Look at all those new cards. Yippee. Beautiful. Look at them all go in. Bam, 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 bam. Boom, bop, boop, bop, beam, bop, bam. Hell yeah. They're still going. Show me them shinies. Hell yeah. 20 different cards, 30 different cards, 40 different cards, 50 different cards. All right. Cool. Thank you. Do I have enough to open a... Oh, barely. I'm not going to open it a lot. I'm gonna save up. See if we can open more Lunalas. But we got a lot happening here. So I'll take those hourglasses. Yippee. See if we can wonder pick from anybody who got something cool. We don't need to do the bonus pick because I have all of those. All right, we have 3 new ones from Evie. Whoa. Ugh. We have 4 new cards from Kelly, and one of them is that Minior. This one has 5 new cards. I literally can't go wrong with pulling from this. All right. Thank you. See if we can get the Oranguru, but it really doesn't matter to me at all. Okay, not the Oranguru, but Girder. All right, well, it's new. I like it when just everything in the Wonder Picks is new and it doesn't matter. Yippee. Into the deck you go. All right. Thanks, person with an Arceus PFP. All right. Any other good Wonder Picks? I definitely want to try to pull from... Ooh! A cooler Megarna than the one I have. This one has a Comfey, but it has 2 of the same Skitty. This one also has 5 new ones. Well, I'm so good at Wonder Picking. Watch how good at Wonder Picking I'm about to be. Oh my god, I got the card I wanted. Hakamo'o. It didn't matter. They were all new. Yippee. Cool. Two of them were that Hakamo'o, though. All right. Anything else worth picking from? Oh, the Delmise EX is cool. All right, I think I want to pull from Kelly. I have a 4 out of 5 chance of getting a new one, and one of them's that really cool Minior. I say we do it. Give me the Minior. No! I almost picked top right. Is the Cosmog like the one I had? That was like the one that wasn't new. Kelly, you did me dirty, low-key. I'll send you a thanks anyway because I love you, but how dare you? That's fucked up. I got too cocky. All right, well, yippee. Well, there was an attempt. All right. Either way, still pretty good overall. Oh, I also wanted to show you guys, look what Charlie got me. Axolotl fidget toy. Look at his little head. He's like upside down. Hold on. There he is. And he goes like this. He dance. He'll match my non-binary slug. Now I have a gay axolotl and a non-binary slug. Which is what I identify as. So. Alright. Let me switch us over to here. We're at 651 chickies as of right now. I have 5 new eggs, I believe, in my party and 45 more in the box. And we're gonna get shiny Chikky today. Please. Please, we're gonna get shiny Chikky today. Did they put Charlie's base all the way up here? Let me see. Yes, okay. We gotta go get the super grass powers. There's still the sparkles over here, but like I can't get to whatever it is. So I don't even know. Alright. Yeah, we want to turn that effect on. Yippee. Alright. Now to our favorite cave. My mouth hurts. I haven't done this much talking since leaving the dentist, so my mouth is like, why are you moving me? We're at 15 out of 40, and it did not go up the whole time that we've been down here, sans just now when I got one. So Charlie, you might... Oop. Charlie, you might have to do a little bit of the heavy lifting until we get people down here. Alright, but let's see if we can get a Chikky. Nope, just Beebus and Lombre. A lot of Beebus and Lombre. If this was a find a shiny Lombre, I feel like I would have had much better luck. Look how many of them there are. God damn. Everything except Chikorita. We got Trico now. Wrong grass starter. I have faith in my eggs. I think because my first Masuda, I went like 3 times over odds, that the eggs are going to be nice to me and not send me over odds. That's the dream. We're gonna get to 666 today. So, and 669 and 69. All of the 6-9s. So there are so many funny numbers today that if we don't get it, it's kind of like, bro. I think she'll shine for us today. For the children. If I get a shiny, you guys have to donate money to save the children. Alright, come on. At least show me a Chikorita. Doesn't even have to be a shiny one at this point, but just a Chikorita would be good. Okay. Ah. Little guy. Ah. 2 more little guys. Now it's like Bellsprout Day. Hello. Where is everybody? boom. Boop, 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 boop. There's still like a weird taste in my mouth. I should have gotten some GG. I need to drink something. I don't think I've had water like all day. We had to wake up semi-early this morning. Ah, a Chikky! Because the guy was coming to check out our dishwasher and figure out what was wrong with it. It turns out our dishwasher has a hole in it, and that's why it was leaking. So he can't fix it, and we just have to get a whole new dishwasher. Which is like a good news, bad news situation, I guess, because the bad news is we have to get a new dishwasher, so that's a hassle. But the good news is that we get a new dishwasher because our last dishwasher was like kinda not great to begin with. Like, it didn't always do the best job at washing our dishes, which is sort of its job. Like, it did, but every once in a while there would just still be like crust, which I know is the nature of dishwashers. Sometimes crust is just like so stuck on there that the dishwasher doesn't get it, but like probably more frequently than a better dishwasher. So hopefully we'll get a better dishwasher. That would be ideal. But I don't know. We just get whatever dishwasher they tell us to get. Because we don't own the house. We just rent it. So if the dishwasher is broken, we just are at the mercy of them fixing it. Which hopefully they will, because we haven't had any problems with our management company up until this point. So hopefully they won't start now. But it is annoying to have to get like a full new appliance, because then the guy is going to have to come and install it, which who knows when that will be or how long it will take. Because we had to be up at like 8 for the guy to come this morning, which is early for me. Oop, a Chikky! Let's go. I don't like being up at 8 o'clock in the morning, especially when I'm normally up until like 3. Wait, where are the stream avatars? I opened them up. Where are they? Hello? I literally opened them. Did they close? I have a Steam tab open. What happened to the avatars? There you guys are. I don't know what the heck happened there. There's your little avatars. I was like, where is everybody? Alright. Alright, the number's going up a little. We got to 21 now. We definitely had people really speedrunning it last time, I think, compared to today. It's a little quieter today in the underground. I did get a message on Discord today about a shiny hunting event coming up in the near future and asking for my participation. So I won't announce anything yet because I've simply only been asked. But keep your eyes peeled, because I might be shiny hunting with others soon. For a little event moment. Fleeter, welcome in, gamer. How's it going? Who is back there? Who are you? Oh, it's you. Okay. And we're having a good Thursday. Okay. Where are my chickies at? Going well. Just got the kids to bed. Damn. Well, now you get to have some, I was gonna say adult time, but that sounds like something else. I just mean time to do whatever you want to do without having to worry about what your kids are doing time. You know, when you put the kids to bed and you get to, like, play video games or watch TV or whatever it is that you do when the kids are in bed. So that's fun. I would not be a good parent. I would be like, kids, you're interrupting my gaming time. Hobby time after the kids sleep is precious. Yeah. Totally not at work right now watching. Hi, Pasta. I hope that work is going well. Oh. Hope that work is going well. Tell the fish I say hi. But, yeah. I've been, well, ironically, not ironically. I don't know what the words I'm saying are anymore. Charlie and I have been watching Brooklyn Nine-Nine, which I've seen and they haven't. But we're in, like, we're on the last season now. So the characters, like, have kids and shit. And it's just like, I mean, I don't know how old your kids are, so I guess it depends, on if, like, what age they are. But in the show, the kids are, like, anywhere from, like, toddlers to, I got chased back here, toddlers to, like, I don't know, maybe like 10. I don't know how old the oldest kid in the show is, but it's like managing work-life balance with kids and managing, like, a social life with kids and, like, juggling babysitters and all that stuff. Like, sounds complicated. So I'm sure that it's nice once the kids go to bed that you get a little bit of time to just, like, relax. How old are your children, if you feel comfortable sharing, and or how many of them are there, and or what genders are they? Feel free to not share any of that information, because I know some people are like, not super sharey about information about their kids, which is fair, because I think some people that post a little bit too much about their kids on the internet are bad. So I think that there's a good middle ground where you don't exploit your child for content, but still, like, you know, get to share important moments about their lives or whatever. But you don't, like, put a picture of them on Facebook every single day. Unless you do, that's fine too. I don't know. I, like I said, am not a parent and probably wouldn't be a very good one. So you do you. You raise your kids however you want to raise them. But I don't know a lot of people with kids that aren't, like, old in comparison to me. They're toddlers, exhausting, but it's wonderful and what I've always wanted, but holy shit, it's tiring. 2.5 and 1. Rory is my son. He's older. Piper is my daughter. Don't post a bunch of them on the internet because people are weird. Yeah. And good for you, because people do be weird. I learned that lesson a really weird way when I was a teenager, because I grew up in, like, the golden age of, like, watching YouTubers. I was really into, like, all of the big YouTubers from the early, like, 2000s, 2010s. You know, Markiplier, Jacksepticeye, Dan and Phil, PewDiePie, Shane Dawson, Smosh, like, all of the big YouTubers. So when I was a kid, I was like, I want to be a YouTuber also. I own a camera, so I'm gonna, like, post videos of myself on the internet. So I started making videos, I swear to God, in, like, 2011, and putting them on YouTube. And very, well, I didn't notice at the time, really, but learned by the time I was old enough that some of my videos did well for reasons I don't love. I own a camera, so I'm gonna post videos on the internet. It's such a real thing. Yeah. I had a very strong sense of self. I mean, I still do, but as a kid, I had a very strong sense of self. Like, I knew what I wanted to do with my life, like, very early. Doesn't necessarily mean that I was right, but I knew what I wanted. Um, oh, the whistle just went off. Ugh, I'm mid-eggs, hold on. But one of my most popular videos on my YouTube channel from when I was probably like anywhere between like 12 and like 14 is definitely fetish content, 100%. And I didn't do it on purpose, obviously. Like, I was just a 12-year-old doing 12-year-old things. But the reason that it blew up is 100% because the wrong audience found it. And I was like, oh my god, people love this video. Like, it's doing so well. Like, I'm gonna be so famous. And then I became old enough to know what kind of things that certain people are looking for on the internet. And I was like, oh my god. I 100% contributed to some kind of fetish. Like, and it was just doing trends too. And I realize now that some of the things that trend are because weird people want to see you do it, which is like not a concept I would have ever thought of when I was that age. Like, I never would have imagined like, oh, this, like, you know, challenge is trending because of weirdos. I would just be like, oh, you know, people are just doing this for fun or for whatever reason. But no, I was just contributing to somebody's fetish somewhere, because literally, like, in the thumbnail, I am doing the thing that people wanted to see. So, like, it was like the most, not even clickbaity, because it was exactly what it was, but like the most clickbait thumbnail, because they would click it and then they would get what they asked for. Which is like, oh my god, horrifying to look back on, especially because like I was socialized female. So like I was like identifying as a girl at the time. Why would a 12-year-old think that? There are some sick people. No, seriously. Like, and it's even more terrifying now with the, like, you know, not to scare you because you're somebody with kids, but you probably know all this anyway, but like the concept of like mommy vloggers and like people that just like farm their kids for content, um and how many of them are doing it knowingly and putting stuff up on purpose, because a lot of the original like family vlogger channels were not fetishizing their kids on purpose. They were already established vloggers, and then they had kids, so they became family vloggers just like by design. But now the like new upcoming, you know, TikTok mommy vloggers are like purposefully filming their child in weird positions or doing certain hobbies or whatever, that, like, you know, like, oh, my kids are finger painting with their toes. Like, be for real. Please don't film your children's feet on purpose for that. Like, it's gross. It's so gross. Most mommy vloggers give me the ick. Yeah, and as they should, to be honest, because a lot of them are literally exploiting their children for money and views. I literally just saw a TikTok about like Ryan's Toy Review or whatever, which was like a pretty big like toy review channel, you know, a few years ago, and apparently still is. But at this point, the kid is like far above the age that he would probably still be playing with most of the toys that he's reviewing. So like, at what point do you stop getting your like teenage child to review toys made for 5-year-olds? Like, and then they like had another kid and then passed the toy review on to the second kid. Like, oh, we have a younger kid now, so we can just pass the concept of toy review on to the younger child. I think some like family vloggers have more kids for the sake of the content. Like, I think some of them probably would have only had a few kids if they weren't vloggers, but they're like, let's have a fifth for the content. Do it for the vine, I guess. Literally. I cannot imagine. Like, I get it. Like, I understand how it happens, because, like, you get sucked in. money is money, and if you need it to support your family, like, I get it, but there's also certain lines that you probably just shouldn't cross as a parent, and I feel like exploiting your child is definitely one of them, especially when they are not old enough to understand what they're getting themselves into or the amount of fame that they're going to have when they get older. Because at least child stars, like, I don't want to say that they sign up for it necessarily, because obviously some child stars are forced into it by their parents, again, for the money. But at least child actors, like, generally know what they're doing. Like, they understand, even if they have no choice, they understand that they're on TV and that people might recognize them in public, and, like, you know, depending on the network they're on, like, the size of the audience that they might have. But, like, children being filmed for YouTube or TikTok or what have you, like, have no concept of, like, that fame. Like, they have no idea who is, you know, saving their content and looking at it. And, like, rightfully so, you know, young children don't have a concept of, like, pedophiles, because why would you tell, you know, you, like, you would tell your kid, you know, stranger danger, but you wouldn't, like, go into explicit detail with a young child and be like, yeah, so adult men find you attractive. Like, that's not something you tell your kid at that age. So they don't even know, like, what to worry about. I exploit my child, my hamster, for entertainment all the time. I take pictures of her doing stupid shit. Yeah, like, I mean, obviously there's also a line with, like, exploiting pets for content, but obviously it's a much different line. Like, I'm willing to film my dog, you know, doing normal dog stuff and not feel bad about it. But, like, some people will get their dogs to do, like, weird things for content, like stuff that's, like, unsafe, or, like, I don't know. So there's definitely a line with pets, but obviously just taking a picture of your hamster is fine. Used to do the same with my mouse. I dare her to sue me. She just, like, hits you with a lawsuit for, like, hamster endangerment or something. Or, like defamation. Gonna have one mean hamster lawyer to deal with? Seriously, you do not want to get involved in hamster law. They're vicious. I'll just put both of them in air jail. Oh my god. Not air jail. You can't wrongfully imprison your hamster's lawyer. How dare you? That's also illegal. Then you'll have to deal with a hamster lawyer for your hamster's lawyer. Double hamster lawyer. You just keep growing an army of hamsters this way. Anyway, Fleeter, I'm sure that your children are very cute and that you don't exploit them. And I hope that they have a good bedtime. Hi, Nando. How's it going? The hamster judge is gonna throw the hamster a book at you. I want to see somebody put, like, a little white, like, wig on their hamster. I like giving chinchillas things to hold, because if you just hand something to a chinchilla, they'll just hold it. And I fucking love that. Their little tiny hands. If you could give them a little tiny gavel to hold, and then, like, a little wig, that would be crazy. They are wonderful and precious. We read Berenstain Bears. Nice. Do they know about the Mandela effect? About the Berenstain versus the Berenstain Bears? Is, what did you say, like 2.5-year-old? Old enough to understand the concept of the Mandela effect? And furthermore, do they even know who Nelson Mandela is? Write this down. Excellent exploitative content. Giving them a little tiny gavel. Hell yeah. Tsunami in 2 days? Yes, the weekend is imminent. Which means I have to go back to work. My job literally did not schedule me a single day this entire week. I've been off since Sunday. Which, like, okay, cool. I don't love working, but also I need money. Like, you guys have to pay me. If my 2-year-old comes home and knows who Nelson Mandela is, I will be very impressed. I just start whispering into your children's ears about Nelson Mandela. That's such a weird threat. I'm so sorry. I wouldn't do that. I don't know what I'm saying anymore. This is why I should not be a parent. I'm like, Fleeter, I'm gonna come to your house and start telling your kids about Nelson Mandela. Then what? Then what, Fleeter? That's insane. I'm so sorry. Aggressively educating my children on Nelson Mandela? Yeah. What are the other Mandela effects that would be funny to tell them about? There's the Berenstain Bears. Isn't there one with like Kit Kat? There's either a hyphen in the Kit Kat or there's not a hyphen in the Kit Kat or something. That one's less good, but I don't know. The Pikachu never had the black tail. Oh yeah, the one with like, yeah, the thing that Pikachu has like a black tip on the end of his tail, but he just like straight up doesn't. That's a good one. I assume at least that Fleeter's kid probably knows about Pokemon. Have you gotten your kids to like choose their starters? You know how like on TikTok they'll give their kid, I guess this I think is an okay use of exploiting your children for content, is get the kid like a Bulbasaur, a Charmander, and like a Squirtle plushie and then put them in front of them and then they have to pick their starter. Those videos are kind of cute, low-key. Although sometimes the people aren't... sometimes the people don't buy the plushies. They just do it on the floor in the store. And if your child is still at crawling age, you really shouldn't let them just, like, put their whole body on the dirty floor of, like, a Target. I don't recommend that. I don't know what germs are down there, but I really wouldn't, like... just buy the plushies and then return the other two. If you really don't want to spend the money on those. Definitely loves Pokemon. He has a Squirtle plushie and he sleeps with my Ditto. He says that Ditto is his favorite Pokemon. People who put their kids on the floor in public are feral. I could not agree more. Or people that just like let their kid run around in general. Like even if they are like old enough to walk. I work at retail, so sometimes, like, a kid will just kind of be, like, running around in front of the register or whatever, and I'm like, where the hell are your parents? Like, why are you unattended in a mall? That's so dangerous. Like, the mall is, like, the prime place for your kid to get kidnapped. Like, you know how many kids go missing from malls? I don't, but I know it's gotta be a lot, because I've seen Criminal Minds. Like, kids go missing... from the mall a lot. Like, if I'm taking my kid into public, I am having one hand on my child at all times, at least. The amount of parents that are just bad at it blows my mind. Yeah, we had this conversation not that long ago, because I have no interest in having kids, and neither does my fiance. Like, neither of us are particularly interested in doing that in any way, shape, or form. I personally have zero paternal instinct, so, like, that would just, like, not go over well. But then I see parents parenting their children so poorly that I genuinely feel like I could do a better job. And that's how you know that it's bad parenting. Because we were taking a ferry, and there was this little girl who was, like, standing up, like... there was like a bench and she was standing on the bench and like leaning over the railing on a ferry, like a boat. And I was like, the parent didn't have a hand on her. And I was like, you're actually out of your mind, right? Like, you're actually nuts to not have a hand on your child who was probably like maybe 2. Like, barely had like legs sticking out, you know? Like, I was like, and luckily one of the, like, ship employees was like, hey, your kid can't, like, lean over the railing like that. Can you make her sit down? And then the parent got her to sit. But I was like, do you want your kid to go overboard? Like, you're out of your mind. Don't recommend crawling in a pet store. Disturbingly, the only floor I'd eat off of in the pet store is the bathroom. Yeah, that's fair. I can't imagine what would come back on a pet store floor. But it's moments like that where I'm like, I genuinely think I could parent your child better. Like, I was ready to tell her to get down because her mom wasn't looking. I was like, fine, go overboard, drown. What do I care? Like, huh? Because all it takes is the boat to hit one, like, you know, rough patch of water and, like, and the parent would blame the ferry. Yeah. Like, you know, the ride wasn't smooth enough. She went overboard. Like, girl. And no life jacket or nothing, you know? Like, there were life jackets on the boat in case of, you know, boat sinking, but, like, she wasn't actively wearing one. So it's like, that is not a child big enough to swim. I teach 4th grade, so I see a ton of parents. Oh, 4th grade. Yoicks. Yeah, I'm sure you have all of the stories about bad parents then, because some of them are so entitled. Like, they just think the world revolves around them and their kid, and they deserve, like, all the special treatment and, like, you know, whatever. I follow, I can't remember her name off the top of my head, but there's a creator on TikTok who used to be a teacher at like a private school or something, and she has a series called like Why I'll Never Go Back, and it's just like all of the horror stories that she had dealing with parents at like an elementary school or whatever. And every time I watch one of those videos, I'm like, oh my god. Because, like, I was definitely a nightmarish child to, like, have in an education context. For, like, numerous reasons, but most of them just root back to me being autistic. But, like, generally teachers are, like, prepared to deal with autistic children, even if it's not, like, their specialty. It's, like, I think teachers are relatively used to seeing it because you kind of have to be. So I just had teachers that were just like flippantly not chill about me being autistic and would like basically punish me for having autistic traits that I couldn't control. But my parents never like, they weren't annoying about it. Like they didn't come in and like complain or like, you know, if anything, they would kind of side with the teacher. But like my mom, if there's one thing about my mom, it's that she refuses to cause a scene, draw any attention to herself, like, you know, do anything like that. The one time that my mom like went off on a teacher, it was like for a relatively good reason. Kids misbehaving can get tiring, but it's the parents that really make it hard. Yeah, especially because, like, usually kids are misbehaving for a reason. Like, in my case, it was because I'm autistic. In some kids' cases, it's because there's trouble at home, or they just, like, were never really taught how to behave. Like, their parents just aren't parenting them at all, and they're just, like, left to their own devices at home, or, like, whatever reason. I feel like it's very rare to, like, blame the child for their behavior, unless it's like, you know, very intentional, and the parents are working on it or whatever. But I feel like for the most part, it's not the kid's fault if they're acting out. It's like for a reason outside of their control. Obviously there are some bad apples, but I feel like, again, even the bad apples, it had to come from somewhere. Like, you're not just like born an evil child. I don't know, maybe you are, but I feel like for the most part, that's like not the case. But the one time that my mom went off on a teacher was, and like went off on is probably a strong word, she was just very upset with, and again, for a semi-good reason, with this teacher because my brother, I have a lot of qualms with my brother as an adult, but as a kid, um, we fought the way that siblings fought, but we more or less got along. I was definitely the child who misbehaved. Like, my brother did not get in trouble. He didn't do anything, really. He just, like, did what he was told, went to school, was quiet, came home. You know, he was like a very normal child in comparison to me, the neurodivergent child that was like causing all kinds of problems. So when my mom, she would say, like, when she got a call from the school, she was like, what did Ty do this time? Like, that was what she always expected. So when she got a call about my brother, she was surprised because he had literally like not misbehaved in his life at this point. Um, and apparently, so my brother is 6'5" now and pretty much has always been tall for his age. He was taller than most of his friends. He had his growth spurt before a lot of his friends. So there was a period of time in elementary school where he probably had like a foot on some of his friends. Because he also just managed to be friends with a guy that was like shorter than average when he was taller than average. So there just ended up being a pretty big height difference between the two of them. Um, and I think my brother was friends with like a couple Asian kids too. So like they were probably on the shorter side. Um, and so my mom gets a call. Tall short friends are always so fun. Yeah, you would think so. So that's why when my mom gets a call from like a teacher that at recess my brother was bullying other kids on the playground, she was like, "What? Like literally what are you talking about?" She's like, "You mean my son? Like not my other child? Like you're talking about my son?" And they were like, "Yeah, like he was bullying these two boys on the playground." And my mom was like, "No." Like, I sincerely doubt it. What did he do? And they were like, "Oh, well, you know, he's so tall. You know, he was like holding stuff above their heads, and so they couldn't reach it. And you know, he was like, intimidating them, and and whatever. And my mom was like, "Okay, who were the other boys?" And they said the name of two of his friends, and she was like, "Right, so those boys come over like all the time." Like, I guarantee you he was not bullying them. Um, if anything, like, even if he was like, going like, oh, it's up here, you can't get it. Like, he was probably messing around, and they knew that because they were friends and had an established relationship. So they had like punished him or whatever. They had given him like inside recess or, some kind of punishment or whatever. And my mom was like, absolutely not. Like, under no circumstances are you going to punish my child for like just playing with his friends outside because he's tall. Like, she was like, essentially you've profiled my son for being tall. And you think that just because he's tall that he's a bully because his friends are short, and that's just not the case. Like my mom always said he was like a gentle giant because he was such a nice guy, but he was just really tall. And so she was like, yeah, no. So she like went to the school when she picked him up and was like, no, you're not punishing him for that. Those are his friends. He was not bullying them, and you're stupid. Essentially. I don't really remember this. I mean, I kind of remember it, but I was young at the time, so it's kind of just like this is like my mom's version of events, but that's like what I remember from it. Seems like there was zero investigation into that situation. Yeah, pretty much none. I'm pretty sure they just observed him being tall near short children and just assumed that he was like beating them up because he definitely wasn't. If anybody was beating up anybody on the playground, it was me. Like, my mom was right for that. I'm not saying that I was a bully because I was and I wasn't. I only bullied, like, my bullies. Like, I was bullied for being autistic by, like, popular girls, and I bullied them back, which I feel like is only fair. But, like, my mom was right to believe that it was me bullying other people on the playground. Who are these teachers who don't know the kids and their friends? I don't know. Like, I don't know if it was, like, not his teacher or if it was somebody, like, from another class or I'm not sure. I don't know the details. But clearly somebody who did not know anything about my brother or his friends. But yeah, that's like the one time I remember my mom being like, what the fuck? Meanwhile, I would also get in trouble for things I didn't do just because based on other things that I had done. One time I got in trouble for rolling my eyes at a teacher. Um, I was probably in like the second grade because it was at my first elementary school. So I would have been second grade at the oldest. Um, because I went to two different elementary schools. So I went to one from K through second and then one from third through fifth. So it was at my first elementary school. So I couldn't have been older than like second grade. And I'm autistic. So when I was a kid, I thought rolling your eyes was like literal. Like I thought it was like you had to physically like roll your eyes around to roll your eyes. Um, so when I got in trouble for rolling my eyes, I was like, I didn't roll my eyes at you. And they're like, oh, now you're talking back. Like now you're telling me that I'm a liar. And I was like, no, but like I don't remember rolling my eyes at you. Like I don't even know what you're talking about. But because I had just been like previously disrespectful, which is mostly my autism, I lacked respect for authority. I still kind of do, but as a kid, I definitely lacked respect for authority as a child because I was one of those like, you know, like really smart kids who like knew more than everybody else at, you know, they were learning shapes and I already knew math, you know, that kind of thing. I read at like a higher reading level than most of my peers and I got sent to a gifted school for gifted kids and like, you know, all of the traditional autistic gifted kid things is like, you know, was my path. I was very like accelerated in school. So I felt when I was like infantilized by adults, even though I was a child, but I felt like when adults talked to me like I was stupid or like I was younger than I was or less intelligent than I was, like it felt disrespectful to me when, you know, adults would like lean over and be like, and what are you doing, sweetie? And I would be like, calculus. And they would be like, wow, you know, it was like, it felt kind of demeaning to me as a child. And I was told, like, you have to respect your elders, blah, blah, blah. But when I felt like I was being disrespected by adults, even though, you know, they have the right to do that because they're adults, I told them, I was like, they shouldn't get my respect automatically by being a grown-up. They should still have to earn my respect by being an intelligent and, like, nice person. And my mom was like, no, they're adults, you have to respect them. And I was like, okay, but I don't. Like, I simply don't. There were some adults that I think as a kid I was smarter than. I don't know if that's true, but as a kid I thought I was smarter than them. And I was like, why would I respect somebody that I know more than? Because I corrected people a lot. And it's still, I still do. It's an autistic thing. I can't help it. If someone's wrong, like, I will just twitch until I can correct them. And so that got seen as like talking back or being disrespectful a lot as a kid. Cause it was like, you can't correct adults. You just have to agree with what they say. And I was like, not if they're wrong. You know, like, you know, a teacher could go up and be like, oh, you know, Christopher Columbus, discovered America. And then I would go, actually he didn't. And they would be like, yes, he did. And I would be like, no. And they would be like, well, how dare you disrespect me and talk back to me? And I was like, you're wrong. Like, you're literally wrong. And I know that it's just because, like, that's the curriculum that they teach us when we're kids, even if it's not true. But I just couldn't fathom somebody saying something that was blatantly not true. As an autistic child, I was like, you can't just, like, spread lies. Like, you can't just lie to people. Turns out you can just lie to people, and people do it all the time. But, you know, strong sense of justice, autistic, or whatever. So, yeah, I got in trouble for, quote, talking back a lot. To my parents, to teachers, really to any adult that would say anything to me that I didn't agree with. I would just correct them and respond back, and then I would get in trouble. Which I didn't really understand. Like, I don't think I understood that I was doing something wrong. Because I was like, I'm in the right. Like, I'm the one saying true things, and you're the one saying false things. I was also a backtalker. Backtalkers represent. Like, I'm not saying that I would never talk back, because I was definitely a sarcastic child. I'm still a sarcastic person. Like, I definitely made jokes and, like, snide comments where they probably was not appropriate to make them. But sarcasm is inherently a type of humor that requires a level of intelligence. Like, young children typically aren't sarcastic unless they learn it. Because it's like, it's basically tone. Like, it's about saying something in a tone that indicates that it's sarcastic. And most children, like, until a certain age, like, don't do sarcasm, or at least not very well. And if they do, it's usually not on purpose. So the fact that I had a grasp on making snide comments and sarcastic comments at a young age was probably not good, but, like, half the stuff I learned from my parents, which all goes back to kids acting up. It probably is something greater going on. Like, my parents were good parents and all, but they didn't know that I was autistic, and neither did I. So we weren't, necessarily coming at the problems where they were rooted. And, like, my dad's a very smart guy. I'm pretty sure he's the reason I'm autistic, because I'm pretty sure he's autistic. So my dad taught me a lot of things when I was little. Like, my dad would info dump about any topic you would ask him about. And because every child goes through a Y phase, if I was in my Y phase around my dad, he would answer all of my Ys, because he could yap about his special interest for as long as I would ask him about it. So really, it's my dad's fault if you think about it. But I've told this story on stream too, that, like, I learned curse words from my mom, because my mom would either curse at me or around me. So, like, one time I wrote bitch on paperwork in, like, kindergarten or first grade, and my teacher was like, why does your child know the word bitch, and used it correctly in a sentence? But yeah, my dad being autistic is definitely responsible for a good bit of the way that my autism manifested, I fear. But they kind of just, like, don't care if you get good grades. They don't care if you're autistic or ADHD or OCD or anything like that. As long as you're getting good grades, they're like, we don't need to treat you. You're fine. And because I got, like, straight A's in every subject except, as a kid, they had, what was it? It was conduct for us. There was, like, a conduct score you could get, and I would get A's in everything except conduct. I would always get an S in conduct, which is, like, not as good as, like, I think E was the best grade you could get, and then S was, like, below that. And then there was, like, N, which was, like, the worst one. I never got the worst one, but I always got the middle one, which I guess was, like, the equivalent of, like, a C. So they were like, your kid's great at math, English, science, gym, art, but boy, do they talk back. I'm like, so what if I do? I would also just get in trouble for, like, being distracted or, like, having a fidget on me during class. Like, this was before fidget toys were a thing that I knew about. I would just fidget with whatever I had on me, which was occasionally a pair of scissors, because that's what I had in my, like, pencil pouch. So I got in trouble a lot for, quote, playing with scissors, which, like, fair, because I was playing with scissors, but not in like a scary way, just in a, I had scissors in my bag, and it's fun to just, like, with scissors when you have ADHD. Like, if I had this axolotl at the time, I would have shook him around. I used to cut the hell out of all my pencil bags. You're so real for that. I was in middle school when the knife game song became popular, and I got really good at the knife game song. Like, I think I hyper fixated on the knife game song, and I would just do it with a pencil um, until I graduated to doing it with scissors and then with a real knife. Um, but I would play the knife game song with scissors on a notebook in class. So I got in trouble for that, which, fair enough. They took my scissors away. But when they took my scissors away, they took my fidget away, so then I stopped paying attention because I didn't have the thing that was making me pay attention anymore. My notebook also had a lot of stab marks on it. They thought for a long while that I was going to be like a sociopath. Like, they literally had like a watch on me. They were like, listen, you can't technically diagnose like sociopathy in somebody until they're 18 because a lot of children present with sociopathic tendencies that they grow out of in adulthood. But your kid's crazy and we think they might be a psychopath, but we have to wait. And then by the time I was 18, they realized it was autism and not sociopathy. But they were like, this kid might be a psychopath low-key. Just because I played with scissors. Did anyone else have the pencil bag that was just a zipper, like you could fully unzip? I have one that was like, that fully unzipped. It had like a monster face, so like the zipper was a mouth, and then you could unzip it all the way until it was like swirly, if that's what you mean. You pulled a knife out in class once? Yeah, see, we weren't allowed to, like, have knives at school. Like, you can't have knives on school property. So I never brought a knife with me to school. But I did have scissors. I started bringing multiple pairs of scissors, so if they would take away my one pair of scissors, I could just pull out a second pair of scissors. Why did you pull a knife out in school? I will say there was a stabbing at the high school near the middle school I went to. It's not the high school I ended up going to because of like districting reasons, but it was the high school in the same district as the middle school I went to. And there was like straight up a stabbing at that school and other violent crime, but like there was a legit stabbing. Like, one kid straight up stabbed another kid at that high school. Tim sends the most unnecessary notifications. Like, what? Fleeter as a teacher is coming out. He's like, in class? Why? Why in class? I assume you had a good reason. Your order has been packed. Like, it was supposed to be packed 5 days ago. Yeah, that's fair. I will say, though, I prefer, as somebody who ships stuff out with our, like, TikTok shop and our coffee shop and stuff, I will say I appreciate the distinction between it being shipped and it being packed, because the second we print out the label, it sends a notification that's like, your package has been shipped. But it's like, no, all I did was print the label. I have not put it in the mailbox yet. It was in middle school. This boy was always pushing my desk to the back and the teacher did nothing. That's fair. I hate it when, especially when like boys bully girls, there's like, there's always just like the boys will be boys thing where it's like, oh, boys just do that. And then B, they'll be like, oh, well, if boys are bullying girls, it's because they like you. Like, if a boy pulls on your pigtails, it means he likes you. Which, like, I understand is often the case and can be true. But telling little girls that is counterproductive because it makes them think that, like, oh, that's a sign of affection. I should be okay with boys pulling my pigtails because it means they like me. So it basically, like, what's the word? Like, conditions young girls to think it's okay for boys to treat them poorly because it means they like them. So then those girls grow up to date, like, a douchebag boyfriend who treats them like shit because he likes her. Like, if somebody pulls on your pigtails or, you know, whatever equivalent to that, like, you should be able to be like, no, stop, don't pull on my pigtails, that's mean, that hurts, don't do that again, without being told, oh, but he just likes you, he's doing it because he likes you should just let him do it. Like, why would I let a boy hurt me because he likes me? Maybe I don't like somebody that's going to hurt me. Like, the logic is so flawed. High school was different. We had a cool police officer who knew some students carried them, but he was cool. Yeah, we had like an SRO officer, but like he kind of just stood there. They didn't really do much. They're not like the most trained, I think, in comparison to like other cops. Not that cops are trained that well. Cops are like notoriously not trained well enough either. But I feel like SRO officers are like mall cops level of training, where it's like they could stop something at the school, but they're not like super qualified to do much else. We had a lot of like close calls in my county growing up. Nothing at any of the schools that I was at actively when they happened. But like there were some pretty like gnarly fights that broke out at other schools. There was the stabbing that happened at one school. There was a fight that broke out at my brother's middle school because we went to different schools. There was a bomb threat at my friend's school that was like actually pretty legit. There was a less legit bomb threat at a couple of the other schools. Somebody put on Snapchat like that they were gonna bomb like multiple schools, including the school that I went to, and we just went to school the next day. Like, mind you, that boy I pulled that out on was my stalker. Yeah, well, so valid then. Then I think you're valid in pulling a knife out. And other training too. Yeah, mental health training. Yeah, for sure. I feel like in general, people that work in schools need more mental health training, because if literally anybody at all had like said anything or noticed anything about me when I was in middle school, like things might have gone very differently. I had one teacher who like legitimately gave a shit about my mental health, and like he was great, but it wasn't really his job to keep me from like killing myself, but he did it anyway. Because the guidance counselors were not, they would just, every time I went to the guidance counselor about anything, they would just tell my parents. And like, I understand that they're mandated reporters, but like, there has to be something they can do besides just tell my parents, because that makes me not want to talk to them. Like, if I go to you and I tell you, thank you for the follow, welcome in. If I go to you and I tell you that I'm like going through something, and you turn around and you tell my parents that I told you I was going through something, I'm not going to want to tell you anymore. Like, that is gonna not happen.
Who's that Pokemon?
It's Pikachu!
It's Clefairy!
Thank you for the 9 biddies. It's a wild first time chat. Welcome in. Welcome to the Pogblog. I hope you're having a lovely Thursday so far. It's Clefairy! Fuck! I love that vine so much. It's so good. That's how I feel interacting with non-Pokemon enjoyers, like, out in the wild. Like I said, I work at a retail store, and one time a kid came in, and we have, like, Pokemon merchandise. So a kid came in with his parent and, you know, bought a couple of... Oh, hello.
Who's that Pokemon?
It's Pikachu!
It's Clefairy!
Thank you for the one other biddy to get to 10. You meant 10. Yeah, it happens. Counting is hard. That's Punchy Rock? What is Punchy Rock? The Vine? What was I talking about? I don't even remember. I got distracted by the Vine. Numbers hard. Yeah, numbers are hard, for sure. But a kid came in and Did you ever see that interview with the guy making up Pokemon names? It sounds familiar, but I don't know. Maybe? And normally I'm not the most talkative at my job, especially at the register. Like, other people are like, oh, hi, how are you? How's your day? Oh, good. You know, lovely weather we're having. I, like, don't do small talk at the register if I can avoid it. I'm usually just like, hi, are you ready to check out? Okay, cool. And then, you know, I just do my little spiel and then I let them leave. But I don't know, something possessed me to speak with the child purchasing like a Mewtwo hoodie, and I was like, oh, what's your favorite Pokemon? And he went, Pikachu. And I was like, okay. I was really hoping that that he would have a better answer, but nope, just Pikachu. Because whenever I tell people that my favorite Pokemon is Politoed, they go, Politoed? What's Politoed? And then I have to show them. Got suspended for 3 days after that, but I hit it well so they couldn't find it on me. Nice. Yeah, I mean, I feel like it's fair to suspend you for bringing a knife to school, but also, like, did he get in any trouble for being a douchebag? I'm gonna need a better answer than Pikachu. Yeah, I literally, like, I just looked him dead in the eyes and I was like, cool. But in my head, I was like, you're gonna have to give me something better than that. Like, actually, I'm not gonna let you buy this Mewtwo hoodie unless you give me a better answer. Can you at least tell me what Pokemon is on the hoodie? Then you can buy it. I felt like a guy when a girl wears a Nirvana shirt being like, oh yeah, name 5 songs. But to like a dead ass, like, probably less than 8-year-old. We're almost in the 69s. We're almost at the funny number. No, of course not. And what did security do about it? Nothing. Typical! That's how I feel when boys don't get in trouble in school. Typical! Yeah, it was like how my bullies never got in trouble, but I got in trouble for fighting back. Because I'm supposed to just, like, roll over and take it, and I'm simply not going to. Like, that is not the kind of child or person that I am to just, like, take abuse. If a popular girl is gonna be like, you're ugly and weird, I'm gonna be like, okay, and, like, you're the reason your parents got divorced, so, like, back off. Typical! We got a new girl fan. Oop. I literally said shit like that to people. Like, not that exactly, per se, but, like, if they would bully me for being autistic, I would bully them for, like, something much worse. Something actually about their personality. Like, oh yeah, well, Brad doesn't even like you, Kelsey. You know, some shit like that. Like, really just hit them where it hurts. Hit them in their insecurities. I was not a nice person, but to be fair, they deserved it. How's there still 30 more minutes of work? I'm sorry. Hopefully it'll be a chill last 30 minutes. Are you closing? You never want to get into a battle of wits with an intelligent person with autism? Exactly. Because these were also people that were probably, like, not as smart as me. So it's like, it makes sense that they would come at me for something, you know, very surface level and be like, oh, you're ugly. And then I would be like, oh yeah, well, insert quip about your, like, personality, home life, or, like, relationship with your friends. I think the main thing that I would always go for if I could, the metaphorical, like, jugular, would be that these girls, these, like, popular girls in these cliques, like, they don't have, like, and not all of them, like, obviously I can't speak for them, like, as a species, but, like, what I observed in my time in middle school was that these girls were friends with whoever it was convenient for them to be friends with, and not with people who actually liked them. Whereas I had a friend group of, like, other autistic and queer people, or, like, neurodivergent in general, that I felt like that I had a really close bond with, and I felt like were actually like people that I would speak with outside of school. Like, I am still friends with some of my friends from middle school to this day because we formed like genuine bonds. And obviously, like, some of the popular girls stayed friends with their popular friends, you know, into high school or whatever. But, you know, they probably peaked in high school, so it's okay. But like, just generally speaking, I felt like I could manipulate that they were not super close with their friends and that they were only friends with who it was convenient to be friends with, and that just as easily as they had gotten into the friend group, they could be, you know, kicked out. Very like Mean Girls, like, if you wear sweatpants, you don't sit with us at lunch kind of deal. Um, and so like I felt like I could exploit like the infighting in these girls' relationships, because with me and my friends, not to say there wasn't fighting with me and my friends, because like obviously totally there was, but I felt like we had a more solid foundation. Um yeah, 4 to 9, which isn't bad, but we get deliveries Thursdays and Fridays. Okay, yeah, not all that different from my job. I close 4 to 9 on weekdays a lot as well. And we get shipments, I think, Tuesdays and Fridays. Something like that. Alright, well, we have 5 minutes of special shiny luck time, and then I have an ad. So let's see if we can get any shinies in the next 5 minutes. When you guys get the deliveries, is it like kind of like a whole day event of putting everything where it goes? Because since I work at a clothing store, it's like we spend the whole day just putting stuff back on the rack. Alright, show me some shinies. Where are they at? Not even freaking chickies in here. Where are my chickies at? Gotta go bed. It was lovely hanging out. Thanks for hanging out, Fleeter. It was nice to talk with you more, because I know I've seen you around, but it was nice to have you in my chat for the day. I hope that you rest well, and I assume if you're teaching that you've got school in the morning, so good luck with that if you do. Somebody tuck Fleeter in, please. You have to lift 30 pounds a bunch of times. Ugh, that's annoying. Yeah, at least clothes aren't that heavy. I mean, a whole rack of them can be, but yeah. 13 more school days. Let's go. Summer break is right around the corner. I believe in you. Well, hopefully for 4th grade, there's not a ton left. I don't know if you guys have like standardized testing to do or whatever, but at least it's not like exams. I mean, what if 4th graders even get tested on? Like, pretty basic stuff, I think. So, hopefully the last couple weeks will just be a breeze. No freaking chickies, but there is a Crawdon, so I will check him. Not shiny. Okay, well, you suck, Crawdon. Finished up standardized tests. We finished up standardized testing. Gonna chuck some dodgeballs at my students tomorrow. That sounds fucking dope. I love dodgeball. I played so much dodgeball as a kid. I was good at it because I was like nimble and small and fast. So I won dodgeball pretty frequently. So best of luck with the dodgeballing. Fucking dog food bags. Oh yeah. I have to pick up my one dog's dog food bag like once a month or however fast he goes through it. And every time I have to carry it up the stairs, I'm like, ugh. Or actually it's down the stairs, but still, I'm like, ugh, carrying it. Because like they say at my job, like, oh, you have to be able to lift like 50 pounds, you know, at least with assistance. And I'm like, I'm not going to lift 50 pounds. Think you could look up the shiny comes quick? Dude, me too, because it's been a minute. We've been doing this for a while. But yeah, I hope you have a good night. Thanks for hanging. See you next time, hopefully. Alright. What do we got? Show me some chickies. I have seen 0 chickies. Where are all of the chickoritas hiding? Alright. I'm like sweating. It's like hot in our house. Oh no, there goes the whistle. Okay. Well, we'll check everybody left in here. And I keep turning the temperature down and it's still... I'm still sweating. I pull a Michael Jackson every dodgeball game. Just like moonwalk out of the way of the dodgeballs. Alright, damn, we literally saw no chickies. What the fuck? Alright, well, we'll be at 69 soon, so that's the good news. Alright, I gotta pee, so I'm gonna go on BRB real fast. If you have to pee, go to the bathroom. Get yourself something to eat, something to drink, walk your pet fish, do your checks, pay your loans, and I will see you on the other side in about 3 minutes after I piss. Be right back.
How much money do you have? Like 69 cents. You know what that means. I don't have enough money for chicken nuggets.
Charlie had a medical episode on the BRB, so sorry that took a little longer. It's really hot in our house, and I don't know why, because the AC is like turned up to the max, and it's still like 80 degrees inside the house, which is not fun. Autumn, hi, how are you? Sorry, I'm like eating Cheez-Its because I'm hungry. Charlie was going to make dinner, but then they had a medical episode, so now they will not be making dinner. So I'm having Cheez-Its. Let me see how everybody's checks went. I don't recommend walking a pet fish. I don't know. Moth got 69% gay, 72% EP, 9% smelly, 82% cute, 69% froggy. Let's go. Poster, you're at 700 bells on your loan. You're 69% gay. Only 10 more minutes of work. Let's go. It'll be over soon. I believe in you. I was gonna get something like soft to eat since this side of my mouth is still kind of like weird from the dentist, but we don't have any soft food, so I guess I'm eating Cheez-Its. I'm a crash out. Based Cheez-Its are so good. They are. I have a bunch of like individually sized like packets of them that I take with me to work as like a snack from Costco, and I eat them frequently. You're gonna once again be my market prep background support streamer. Let's go. What market are you prepping for? Or like what are you prepping for it? I like the regular Cheez-Its. I like the regular ones. I like some of the like flavored ones too, but the original are a classic for sure. Can't go wrong with the original ones. I do like the... One of my favorite Cheez-Its is the Cheez-It Duos, where they're like half cheddar, half Parmesan. I really like those. I think they go good together. And I also like the Cheez-It like snack mix that has like the pretzels in it. I also like the Cheez-It like... I forget what they're called, like snaps that are like... They're sort of like airy and kind of crunchy. I like those. Oh, you like the burnt ones? Or you don't like the burnt ones? Toasty, my least favorite. Yeah, they're too burnt. I don't like the burnt ones either. As a general rule, I don't like anything burnt. I don't burn my marshmallows when I make s'mores. I don't like my burnt Cheez-Its. I don't like my meat, like, well done. Not that I eat meat, but when I did, I wouldn't get anything well done. Like, I am a very, like, not... I feel like I'm a very, like, medium rare person. I like my marshmallows medium rare. Partner and I are doing a local stroll, the street event, and then a huge 3-day pride. I'm trying to lock it on my nerd shit and get my disability application out of the way. Don't you dare say 11 years ago. Jesus Christ. Holy shit. 11 years is... That's so long. That's crazy. I love crispy bacon. See, I don't fuck with crispy bacon. I don't fuck with bacon, period, but I don't fuck with crispy bacon. I went to the restaurant and forgot to do my checks. That's okay. You can do them now or you can do them on the next break. Whatever you want. Yeah, Charlie is very much my opposite. They burn their marshmallows. They get their like, burgers well done. They're an insane person. You were 11? I'm gonna throw up. I mean, I'm only 23, so if you were 11, I was like 12. Choked on that Cheez-It. But that's so disorienting. That's insane. Time keeps moving. It sure does. Some of my friends are graduating this year that in my head are like still in high school, even though I graduated college 2 years ago and they were 2 grades behind me, so it like makes logical sense that they would be graduating now. But like one of them is like a freshman in high school in my head still. Like that's when I met her and like that's how old she is. What do you want to order? What's still open? I mean, it's kind of late, right? So some of the places are not as open. Sandwiches would have been good, but they're closed, right? I know you talked about, like, French fries earlier, so, like, burgers and fries would be good. Whatever you want, because you're the one who just passed out, so... Dough is 85% gay. Pasta's 55% EP. 0% froggy. It wasn't Charlie this time that got the 0, it was you. 14% EP. 53% cute. Not bad, not bad. 89% EP for Autumn. 69% smelly. Real. How we run the next break? Sounds good. I'm like so thirsty. I don't think I've had like anything to drink most of the day because of like my dentist appointment. Oh, now we're encountering a Badoo. 23% cute. I feel like you're probably cuter than that. 64% smelly. You have been at work all day, so you probably stink. I think if I worked at a pet store, I would stink. Alright, now we have people working hard on here, because we're at 36 out of 40 already. Somebody came down and got straight to business. Five Guys? Yeah, if you want Five Guys. Whatever you want. I'll eat whatever. Alright. What your usual? Maybe. I will take a look in a second. We're about to hit 40 on here, so I don't want to be distracted by trying to think of what I want to eat. I'll probably get the same sandwich. I just don't know if I want the same mods or not. I can't remember what I normally get on it. Two more minutes. You got this. Alright, we're at 39 out of 40. One more. There we go. Alright. Let's see, let's see, let's see. Rico, not what I want. Show me some chickies. There's a Crawdaunt. In the same corner we got the original shiny. Come on. Boo! Tomato, tomato. Because, like, the sandwich I normally get is good, but, like, it falls apart. When I eat it at my desk during stream, I swear it's like... I get vegetables everywhere. Alright. Show me some chickies. If the crawdont won't shine, the chickie has to. One or the other. Alright, come on, come on, come on, come on. Trico again. Goddamn Trico. Nope. I swear to God. Okay. Bye. That was a waste of time. Oh, Charlie encountered something. Still no chickies. Okay. We better get one this time, because on the other one we didn't even see any. There's one. Okay. So we're at 689, so this will be 690. So everything is a funny number from here on out. It was a chickie. Was it a shiny chickie? Alright. 690 wasn't it, but 691, 692, 693, all of those are going to be funny numbers that could warrant a shiny. MG, welcome in, gamer. Thank you for paying your daily loan. You're at 10,500 bells. Let's go. Ah, I'm being chased. Stopping in to say hi, about to watch a movie with family. I hope that it's a good movie. Feel free to lurk. Speaking of movies, we're doing a movie night tomorrow night in my Discord. I think we're going to be watching Wicked, because I think that's what got the most votes. So if you want to watch Wicked, join the Discord. Be watching it tomorrow night. Alright. Turtwig. Oh, I just like licked my tooth and I can like feel where they like filled the cavity. Ugh, I hate it. Ugh. Why was it your old emote prefix still? That's crazy. Oh, there's a crawdont. Come on. Damn it! Only fucked on my phone? That's so weird. You'd think it would update by now. Maybe if you like log out of your Twitch on your phone and log back in or something. Don't do that right now, obviously, because you're like in the middle of stream, but like maybe it still thinks that you're Charlie instead of Sky. Oh, what the fuck did I run into? Oh, a chickie. Okay, perfect. I didn't even see him. Alright. 691 not shiny, but that's okay. That's okay. We still got like 8 more. Makes a little sense. It's only messed up in my most used. Oh, got it. So when you're actually like in your emotes, they're right, but when they're at the top, it's wrong. So you just have to scroll down before you pick one out. Okay, boo. No shiny chickies. That is weird, though. It makes sense, but, like, it's weird. Alright. Put 5 more eggs in. And then, real fast, I'm gonna go grab Charlie's phone and put my order in for our food. 1 sec. Okay. What shall I order? Let's see. What do they have? They do have a pretty good just straight up grilled cheese sandwich I've gotten a few times. But I do also really like their burger. Patty melt, veggie cheese sandwich, grilled cheese sandwich, BLT, fries. Yeah, I'll probably just get what I always get. And then, let me see, mods. Mayo, lettuce, tomato, grilled onions. Ty, welcome in. Thank you for paying your daily loan. You're at 3,605 bells on your loan. Sorry, I am just ordering food on Charlie's phone right now. Okay. Okay. I will also get a drink. Do they have like drinks besides? No, they just have like lemonade. Okay, milkshake it is. What am I in the mood for? That's a great question. Probably. I'll do caramel. I like caramel. Okay. There we go. And then we'll share a fry. Cool. Alright, I'll be right back. I gotta phone back to Charlie. Alright. We're back. Heavy static on the sound. Huh. Weird. Let me... Is it the game again? Because sometimes the game does that. Is it still doing it if I mute... If I mute the game, do you still... It's the game? Okay. Let me try... Closing it and opening it again. Okay, is it still doing it? The static? Okay. What the heck? This happened one other time. I think Kat just said to unplug it and plug it back in. Try that. Because I tried turning it off and turning it back on again. Oh, now my camera's frozen. That's cute. Okay. Is it back? Or is it okay now? Better? Okay. Thank you for telling me. That was so weird. Too warm for blankets. It's like 80 degrees in here. Anyway, hi. I hope you're having a good Thursday. You came in on a moment, I guess. All right. Let's get back to the gaming. Hello, who is that? I still have not gotten more drip for my character. I gotta do that. I say it every time, but like... Then I gotta go into the, like, overworld and go, like, buy clothes. And why would I do that? This guy is in my way. Okay. Need to buy clothes IRL for summer. I need to do something about my clothes situation. I don't really have money to buy new clothes right now. And I have clothes. I just don't really like the clothes I have right now. I feel like I've had the same wardrobe since I was like 13. It's just like black band t-shirts or movie t-shirts or show t-shirts or Dan and Phil t-shirts and then just like black jeans. And that has been my wardrobe since I was 13. Which doesn't super work for every occasion. Not feeling great about wearing very mass dress shirts. That's fair. There's definitely... I'm kind of in the middle of putting together an outfit for my friend's wedding right now that's happening over the summer. And I got a really cute skirt for it. It's like a long skirt that I feel like could be really masculine if like paired with the right like top. Wait, the sound isn't sounding though. Hello? Maybe that's why the static wasn't happening, because I don't think the sound was even making sound. Okay, now the sound is making sound. Is the static back now that the sound is on? Seems okay? Okay. So I guess just unplugging it and plugging it back in is still the solution there. Alright. Cool. It's so weird that it randomly does that. Food ordered, slay. Maybe we'll go thrifting. Yeah, I mean, I think that we should go thrifting in general, especially for the weddings, to see if I can get, like, a cute top. But I don't even know what I would get if not more black t-shirts and the same, like, 3 pairs of pants I always wear. Like... I don't know what I would wear if not a t-shirt on my top half. Like, I don't think I've ever worn anything that's not like a t-shirt or a button down. I'm always worried about the fact that I was at protest on Monday. Sorry. I ate a cheese at the bad time to read that. I feel like I wore a mask and sunglasses. Yeah, I mean, it's like as long as you didn't get hurt or arrested, I feel like it's fine. There were some protests going on in our town today. We drove past one on my way back from the dentist. They had like an upside down American flag and they had like the May Day posters and stuff. It was pretty cool. I wish I could do more protests and stuff, but I'm just like A, super busy, and B, it's way too hot. It's fucking hot out, man. I respect them for standing out there, but Charlie would pass out. Charlie passed out inside our house today. It was so hot. Can't go for health reasons. Yeah, and like I wouldn't want to go without you, and I wouldn't want to bring you. So it's hard enough to go to Pride. Like, we're already struggling when we go to Pride. But we like going because we love Pride, but it's a fiasco to get to and from Pride. It really is. We had a ton of fun last year, though, at Cat's Pride in Maryland. We usually go to DC Pride, too, but DC Pride is so crazy. DC Pride has, like, a billion people there. I would say some of the police liaison officers who were patrolling the area were actually sympathetic to our cause. It was the private security guards who were the biggest hassle. Yeah, is policing literally any better in Canada, or is it just as, like, bad? Because I feel like... I mean, so, like, in the American Constitution, it's written in that, like, we have the right to peaceful protest. But it rarely actually works out that way. It's bad there are horror stories. Okay. That sounds about right. That's, generally what I would expect. But in this case, we were lucky. Yeah, I mean, obviously, I'm sure you know that there are horror stories from people protesting in the U.S., especially, like, on Capitol Hill. You know, just getting, like, tear gassed and all kinds of shit. So, I'm glad that you were not victimized at your protest. Were you protesting, like, the government, like, the election-y stuff that was happening? Or was it unrelated? Because I know you talked about that local bill that got passed or shot down, depending on the content of it, but it ended up being good for LGBT stuff. But then we talked about the actual, like, politicians that were elected. The Catholic school that wanted to ban flags. That's right, that's right. Okay, so they wanted to ban flags, so it was shot down that they didn't ban flags. Yeah, okay. That's what I thought, because I know you talked about that on Tuesday. I just wasn't sure if that was the protest you were talking about or if it was, like, a different thing. But, yeah. I mean, I'm glad that you were able to, I mean, more or less be successful in that endeavor because they didn't ban the flags, right? So that's good. It's real stupid. It's literally just a piece of fabric with colors on it. Like, I don't know why people make a big deal out of it. And, like, I mean that for literally any flag. The American flag, the Canadian flag, queer flags, like, bruh, Trump flags. It's literally all just fabric with colors on it. Like, I don't know why we give a shit. Now, obviously, there are some things that shouldn't be on flags, right? Like, I mean, technically, you could make the argument, well, if you think that flags are just fabric with color on them, then, like, then it should be okay for me to hang a Confederate flag or a Nazi flag. But obviously, that's not so much about the flag as much as it's about the symbolism on the flag, which is true for most flags. But, like, a swastika and a rainbow flag are, like, diametrically opposed things. Like, one of them is literally about just, like, loving who you love, and the other one is about, like, genocide. So I feel like it's like apples and oranges to even try to compare those things. You know, like, at the protest that we saw, they were hanging the American flag upside down, and I'm sure some people would be totally up in arms about, like, about that. Like, you know, you can't do that. It's disrespectful. That's the American flag. You know, put some respect on your country. You can't hang that flag upside down. It's like, watch me. Who cares? It's a flag. Like, it reminds me of the time that Trump held up the gay flag upside down with the purple on top, and it said LGBTs for Trump, like, written in bad Sharpie on it. 3 counter-protesters waving 3 huge Canadian flags. I'm sorry, but the Canadian flag does not hold the weight there that they think it does. Like, when somebody puts an American flag up, I genuinely feel a little bit threatened by someone who has, like, an American flag on their car or an American flag, like, hanging up in their house. If I walk by something that has an American flag on it, I'm a little bit like, ugh, because it's like a real bad time to be in our country right now. But if somebody puts up a Canadian flag, I do not have the same visceral reaction. You know, I'm not like, ugh, Canada. You know, like, it does not have the same effect. Because some countries do, right? Like, if somebody was hanging, like, an Israeli flag or, like, I don't know, like a North Korean flag, I would be like, huh? But if somebody puts up a Canadian flag, I'm just going to be like, okay, and you're Canadian? I mean, in this case, it was very obvious what the message was because the only flag that they would be allowing is Canadian. Yeah, I mean, I get it, but it still doesn't, like... I don't know. It doesn't sting as much as something else. Like, it kind of feels like they were just like, yeah, let's hang the Canadian flag. That'll show them, and it just doesn't. Because it's not like your stance was they can't put the Canadian flag up, you know? I feel like that would be a case where hanging the Canadian flag would make sense. But it's like, nobody's questioning the Canadian flag here. Like, we all think it's okay for the Canadian flag to be flown in Canadian places. Like, that makes sense. But holding the queer flags up would be like, hey, we exist, we're here, we're queer, we're gonna hang these flags up. I cannot talk today. It's because my mouth is half numb. What would have been even better is, I don't know if they have this in Canada, but there are renditions of the American flag where they replace the stripes with rainbow stripes. So it'll be like the pride flag, but then it'll have the corner with the stars in it. It would have been like... Because isn't the Canadian flag, it's like red and white with like the maple leaf in the middle, right? So I feel like there's probably, you could do one where, I know I've seen one where the maple leaf is a marijuana leaf. That's not helpful here, but it would have been cool if you could, if you had like a trans flag. It was blue and pink where the red stripes are, and then white in the middle, but with like a trans maple leaf or something. Really, really shake them up by putting gay stuff on the Canadian flag directly. Held an upside down Canadian flag in front of them. I love the idea of having the flag upside down being seen as a threat, because it's like, I get it. Like, I understand that historically, like, that's what it means. But it's so funny being like, oh, look, turn your flag upside down. Haha, loser. Like, it's it really gives the same energy as, like, turning all the pillows upside down in Anna's house. It's like, oh, got your pillows, turn them upside down, but with flags. But it would have been good if you guys had, like, gay versions of the Canadian flag to hang in front of them. That would have been a real one. Because it's like, hey guys, look, it's the Canadian flag, we swear. But it's like a gay version of the Canadian flag. Oh my god, there's 3 crawdons in here. Hello? Why are there so many crawdons? Upside down gay, exactly. It's like, oh, get turned upside down. Get wrecked. Oh, you're upside down now, loser. So silly. One of the biggest things that many of us do in Canada Day is wear orange with Every Child Matters t-shirts on Canada Day. So several of the protesters were wearing those. Slay. Dare I ask the significance of that in context with Canada Day? I feel like I'm gonna be very ignorant right now because I don't know very much about Canada Day, to be honest. Isn't that like just kind of... Isn't that your version of like an Independence Day? Or no? National Day of Canada celebrates the anniversary of Canadian Confederation. So basically Canadian Independence Day. That seems right. Alright. That was 699, so that was our last 69, and none of them were shiny. How dare they? But this is number 700. We're getting closer. God damn it. Alright. Come on, shiny Chikorita. No. Okay. Surely this one will be shiny. They said. Confidently, expecting a shiny. No, of course not. Okay. And then the pincer runs into me. Of course it does. Pincer, can you move? I'm in the middle of something. Significance that every child matters is a reference to the horrible legacy of residential schools and the many missing and murdered and oh. Yeah. Nope, that makes sense. That makes sense. Mm-hmm. That checks out. Yeah. So true. Well, I'm glad that you guys were able to stand up for what you believe in and get actual change made. Because I feel like here a lot, I feel like the protests end up, you know, not exactly turning out how we hope. And that doesn't mean that they're not worth doing, but it can feel hard to continue when you just get like shot down at every turn. So I'm glad that you guys were able to do something and make some change. Every child matters, yet they do nothing about bullying. Yeah. No, I mean, it's literally like... I mean, obviously Canada is a different situation, but like, I mean, here there is so much gun violence in schools, right? Like, it can be disheartening, yeah. Like, there's so much gun violence in schools, and whenever like the pro-life crowd is talking about like protecting kids, I'm like what kids? Because kids in our schools are being murdered every single day and you don't give a shit. But like, you know, one person has an abortion and they're like, you know, like there was just a case, I can't remember where, it was like Kentucky or Ohio or Utah or something. One of those states where a girl got like, I don't know, like 35 years to life or something for slitting her baby's throat basically the second it was born. Because she was 15, she was a victim. She got pregnant from that and then was not, you know, given access to abortion rights and, you know, wasn't able to, you know, get help from her parents. So she, like, gave birth to the child in secret and then killed it. And then, you know, obviously got jail time for that. And I'm not saying that what she did was okay. Like, obviously, you should not murder your freshly born child. But, like, I understand how in the society that we're in right now and in the situation that she was in, how that could have felt like the only way out, you know? Obviously it isn't, but like, if you're 15 years old, like, you don't have the forethought to necessarily know what to do in that situation. Pro-life, yeah, right, they're just pro-birth, exactly. Like, because if she could have just had an abortion safely, you know, especially before viability of the fetus, it would have been a lot better for everybody involved than her being forced to birth it and then killing it anyway. Like, a lot of people are like, oh, why didn't you just take it to a, you know, drop it on the steps of a church or a police station or a fire station or whatever, you know, where they have those boxes. But it's like, there are probably so many reasons that she might not have been able to do that. One, if you're 15, you probably can't drive. Definitely not by yourself. Two, they might not even know that those exist, even if there was one within walking distance of her. And like, three, she had literally just given birth, so she probably couldn't walk very far. Like, you know, so it's wrong if I want to terminate a fetus that could kill me. No, literally. Like, at least with most of the abortion laws right now, there are exceptions for cases where the mother would die as a result of the, you know, the child staying in there. But, like, even some really conservative people are just like, no abortions under any circumstance, even if the mother's life is threatened, which I think is insane because it's like, the person giving birth is a person too. Like, they could create another child, but there's no replacing them, you know? Like, at this point, they might be a wife or a sister, somebody's daughter, somebody's friend, whereas the baby being born isn't anything yet, you know? Yeah, some women get charged for having miscarriages, which is fucking insane. Like, even if it was on purpose, like, that's your body. Like, if you accidentally fall down a flight of stairs versus you purposely fall down a flight of stairs, like, it's the same either way. But you should not be charged for that. Like, it's not murder. Pro-life, yeah, right. Yeah, literally. They would rather let the mother die than abort the child, which is fucking crazy. Like, that's not pro-life, that's pro-birth. I was literally just watching a TikTok of, I don't know if you guys know Dean Withers. He has, like, a podcast-style, like, debate-style show on, like, he does, like, TikTok lives and things like that. He's like the poster child of the left right now. And he does these debates with people where he lets them call in and, you know, debate him about certain topics, right? So right now he's mostly just doing like a tell me why you voted for Trump kind of deal. And he literally just had somebody on the show who he was like, you know, why did you vote for Trump? And he was like, you know, one of the main issues that I voted on was abortion. Like, I don't think that abortion is right. And Dean was like, okay, like, you know, tell me more about that. Like, are there any exceptions in which that you think abortion is okay? And the guy was like, yeah, I think, you know, in up to a certain point, I think it's okay. And, you know, in cases, you know, of, you know, maybe rape or, you know, something, you know, similar, incest, things like that, that it would be okay before a certain number of weeks. And so Dean was like, okay, so you're okay with certain elective abortions prior to, you know, when? And the guy was like, oh, you know, I don't know the exact number of weeks, but, like, I would say, like, you know, viability, like when the baby can live without the mother. And so Dean was like, okay, so that's about 20 to 24 weeks. So you're saying that you're okay with elective abortions in cases of like rape or incest or, you know, what have you, prior to 20 to 24 weeks. And the conservative agreed that he was okay with that. And then Dean went, great, that's pro-choice. Like, that's actually my stance as a pro-choice individual, that, like, I believe that all women and girls should have access to abortion prior to 20 weeks. And the guy was like, no, like, no, you're wrong. Like, that's not pro-choice. I'm not pro-choice. I'm pro-life. And Dean was like, I mean, you can call it whatever you want, but like, it seems like you're just afraid of the label here. But are you calling me pro-life? And he was like, yeah. And then Dean was like, oh, so in your eyes, I'm pro-life when I think that elective abortions should be allowed up to 20 to 24 weeks. And the guy was like, yeah. And he was like, are you aware that that is Kamala Harris's platform? Like, she ran with that abortion platform that it was okay up to like 20 to 24 weeks. And the guy literally was just like, no, like, fuck Kamala. Kamala's a whore. That's literally what he said. And then Dean, like, made him hang up. And I was like, what? Like, they agreed. Like, they had the same position on abortion, but one of them was considered to be pro-life and one of them considered to be pro-choice, even though they had the exact same stance on abortion. And then when Dean brought up that that was A, a pro-choice stance, and B, the stance of the presidential candidate that he did not vote for, he crashed out and told him to, like, shut the fuck up, and, like, kept interrupting him when he was talking. Hello? My communication? Yeah, I did too. Okay, we'll have to go back up and come back down in a minute. But his reaction to that information was to literally crash out and call Kamala Harris a whore. Like, what did she even do to be called a whore? Like, that doesn't even... Anyway, that pissed me off so bad. Because, like, Dean was right. He was like, you're literally just afraid of the label, but we agree right now. And the guy was just not having it. He was like, no, I'm pro-life and you're also pro-life. And it's like, buddy, do you know what the stance of pro-lifers is? Because it is not that abortion is okay up to 20 weeks. Like, that is not conservative stance on abortion. I think that they think that leftists think that abortion is just okay whenever for whatever reason. That we think that, like, third trimester abortions are, like, totally okay for no reason. Like, my personal stance is that after fetus viability, like, if the baby can live on its own outside of the mother's womb, that it should really only be terminated in cases where, like, the mother's life is at risk or, like, you know, like incest or something, you know? But, like, if the baby can live on its own, at that point, I think it's a, like, it's a baby. It's not. Because I don't think, yeah, life starts at conception. Like, that's simply not true. Like... That's not even the Bible stance. Sir, it is a clump of cells. Yeah. And they hate that. If you tell them that, they're like, oh, so, like, you don't think it has a right to live just because it's a clump of cells? And it's like, not really, dog. Like, it's not a person yet. And they're like, yeah, but it could be. But then if you make the argument, like, okay, well, what about, like, a person on life support, like, pulling the plug on someone who's brain dead? Like, is that murder? And they're like, well, no, because there's no brain activity. And it's like, okay, there's no brain activity in the clump of cells either. You're losing your mind. People are, like, so stuck in their ways. Like, they just can't even begin to see anything outside of their own bubble, like, their perspective. Charlie, what is the ETA on the food? Because I have an ad coming up, and I'm trying to decide when to play it. They crash out over such stupid shit. No, there are so many clips, if you look at, like, Dean's TikTok, of them crashing out over the simplest things. Like, literally just him asking them to pronounce Kamala Harris's name correctly. Like, you know, people will come on there and be like, well, I didn't vote for Kamala, or I can't even say it wrong now. I won't vote for Kamala because, and then he'll go, it's actually Kamala. And then they'll be like, whatever, it doesn't make tomato, it doesn't make a difference. And he's like, no, because, like, her name is Kamala. It's not like tomato. Like, it's not like saying her name with a British accent. We're talking, like, that's the way her name is pronounced. Yeah, I mean, I can let the kids out, but what time? Because I have an ad in 2 minutes and I'm trying to decide whether or not to snooze it. I wish she was president. Yeah. I mean, I hesitate to even say that I wish that because it's like, if I had a wish, I would wish for somebody completely different to be president. But if I had to pick between the two, which I did, I would definitely... Just a couple minutes I said that. No, you said just a couple minutes late too, so I wasn't sure. If you meant like a couple minutes from now or a couple minutes... I don't know. I didn't know what I thought you meant. I didn't see that you corrected your typo. But yeah, if I had to pick between the two, which obviously I did, Kamala's clearly the better option because she's a sane person. Arriving now? Okay, perfect, because I have an ad in like a minute. Because there's also that clip that Trump literally just did. He did an interview with somebody for like his like 100 days in office or whatever. And he was convinced that the dude had MS-13 actually physically tattooed onto his knuckles. Which is not true. Like, he had like a marijuana leaf and then like a smiley face and then a cross and then like a skull. And people were like interpreting that to mean MS-13. So somebody put up an image with like the letters MS-13 like photoshopped on top of it, and Trump thought that that was like genuinely on his fingers, like he thought that was real, which is absolutely insane. Okay, well, I'm gonna go up because Charlie and I ended up getting disconnected, so now we're not on the same server. And I have an ad coming up in 10 seconds, so get something to eat, something to drink, go to the bathroom, do your checks, pay your loan. Ty, good night. Thank you for hanging out. I hope that you rest well and have a good rest of your night. I'm going to go get my food, and I will see you all in like 3-ish minutes. Be right back. Alright, welcome back, gamers. Charlie and I are going to try to go down on the same server on the internet. And in the meantime, our food came. So, food haul. I got French fries. And burger. Hell yeah. This is such a thick burger. Alright, let me see how everybody's checks went. Oh, nobody did any. Never mind. We're good. We're good. Alright. Try to get a bite of my burger. Look at this thing. Ooh. Thick. I always drop vegetables everywhere out of it. It has like lettuce, tomato, onion, pepper, mushroom. It got so much on it. Like, I always drop stuff out the back. It's very good, though. Okay. Charlie, I'm underground. I'm on 7. What are you at? I also got a milkshake. Oh, Charlie's under here. Perfect. Okay. Good. All right. Minor setback, because now we have to kind of start from the beginning again, but that is a-okay. There's a Diglett right there, so... Alright, Charlie's base is here for me. So we'll make sure we get that grass power turned on. There we go. And then I have eggs in my party. Yes, okay. Perfect, there's a Diglett there. And we will head back. Let me put the game on the screen, that would be helpful. Alright, we're back. Yippee! Yeah, I don't know, maybe our Wi-Fi like hiccuped or something, because we both got a connection error at the same time. Which seems suspicious. Hopefully it won't happen again. Alright. Password, please. Password? For what? Password for what? Oh, you're standing in front of the door? Okay, hold on, wait. Eh. I'll come back. The chat delay didn't help there. I was like, password? Okay. Cheese. You may enter. Okay. Charlie's like a bouncer right now. Alright. Yippee. Okay. Ooh, a chickie. Let's go. $710 chickies. Try to get another bite of my burger without getting it everywhere. Nope, already lettuce falling out of it. Okay. I feel like I have to eat, like, around it in a circle to keep all the toppings from falling out. That's a lot of chickies, I know. And we're still not even, like, that close to, like, our odds here. Like, it'll be, like, 3 more streams before we hit 1,000. Which is crazy. Or, like, 1024. Which is, like, a fourth of our odds for encounters. And then, like, double our odds for eggs. Leo is barking, and I don't know at what. But I can't deal with him right now because I'm in the middle of looking for chickies. So unless he sees a shiny chickie, I don't really care. Oh, my tomato fell out. Go back in. Leo, you got any chickies out there? It doesn't seem like he does, to be honest. Okay. There's a Trico hiding behind the tree. I was like, who's there? I guess he is Trico, so that makes sense. Oh, there's somebody else down here. Hello. Who are you? I don't know this man. Charlie being the bouncer for other people. Alright. Because I feel like we started at 650, right? So the goal would be like 750. We have like an hour and change left of stream. So I feel like that should be enough time to get like 40 more. Leo, what is his deal? I don't know if you guys can hear him, but he's like barking a lot. I'm gonna go get him. Is he on the lead? Yeah. Please be careful though, because you just passed out. I don't want you to pass out going down the stairs. I also didn't get him any food because I was gonna do it when I let him back in. Please be careful.
He's at the back of the yard. It might be like an animal on the other side of the fence.
Okay, just be careful. Call me if you need me. They make me nervous when they operate stairs after, like, passing out. Because I don't want them to pass out and fall down the stairs. They fell down the stairs once, and they, like... They didn't break their ribs, but they, like, busted their ribs. So I don't love the idea of them falling down the stairs. That was, like, right before we met. They, like, fell down a flight of stairs. And I really don't want to have to go to the ER tonight. Or any night ever. I also don't want them to, like, pass out on the concrete. I don't want them to pass out anywhere, except for in the safety of our bed if it must happen. Because they were in bed when they passed out a minute ago, so that was more or less an okay place to pass out if they were going to pass out. Again, I would prefer nowhere, but being already in bed is at least the best option. Alright, where are all the chickies at? I turned their base on, so we should be seeing some leafy boys. Are you okay?
Yeah.
Did you give them any food?
Yep.
Okay. Could you tell what he was barking at? Pookie?
Hang on, I can't hear you.
Animal Crossing jams. Alright. Still no chickies. Rude as hell. God, there's like multiple people in here. Hello. What are they all doing here? I don't know these people.
Huh?
I asked if you could tell what he was barking at.
He was looking out at the fence to the woods out back.
Okay.
So it was definitely an animal.
Idiot. Dude will just bark at anything. Person, other animal, tree. One time he was just barking at, like, the direction of our neighbor's house, but the neighbors, like, weren't even doing anything. They were just, like, existing. I heard you say idiot IRL, then came in here and immediately heard idiot come out of my computer. Yeah. Since my door is open, I can vaguely hear myself twice coming from our room. Actually, I didn't do a full lap. That was just the first chickie I had seen. Well, hopefully there weren't other ones in there. There was another one, though. I can vaguely hear you twice. Yeah. Such is the nature of sharing a home, I suppose. We were sort of talking about this with Kat's roommate because because we got there early for the party, so Kat was like getting ready, so we were just like in the living room with their roommate for a little while. And so we were just talking about like pretty like surface level things because we don't know her roommates that well. But one of their roommates is like moving out soon because she's like moving in with a partner, and we were just asking them if they had been like looking for another roommate and whatever. And she was like, yeah, I mean, these guys were great to live with, like, we all have fun living together, blah blah blah. And I was like, see, I feel like I am so annoying to have as a roommate because like when I stream I'm loud, like I'll just be yelling from the other room and you'll be able to hear me through the whole house. And she was like, well, where we live, it's not really a problem because they live on different floors. So, like, her room is, like, 2 floors away from Kat's room. So she, like, can't really hear Kat when she's streaming. But, I was like, because we had a similar problem, like, trying to get somebody to live with us when we were in our old apartment after our friend Kat moved out, different Kat. Because we were like, well, we have a dog, we both stream, so we're loud, we're a couple, so a lot of people don't want to, like, move in with a couple and feel like they're third wheeling or whatever. And it's, like, basically the same thing because Kat and Ian obviously live together, and, like, they have a cat, they have 2 cats, so it was, like, kind of a similar situation, and I was just like, I feel like, because even though, like, now, granted, this has gone out the window a lot since living with Charlie. But when I was living in my, like, apartment and my dorm on campus, I am messy in my own space, but I am clean in other people's spaces. So I'm not, like, necessarily, like, a tidy roommate because, like, my bed or my side of the room will be a mess or whatever. But, like, typically I would keep a shared space clean. A kitchen, a living room, anything like that. Because I'm not necessarily a clean person, but I'm an organized person. My ADHD is like, just throw dirty clothes on the floor. It's fine. But my autism is like, you can put it on the floor, but it has to be in a very specific spot. But since living with Charlie, I've kind of let that go a little bit because Charlie is very messy. So I don't feel like I need to keep clean as much with Charlie around because it's like, who am I trying to impress? But if I was living with somebody else, I would be cleaner. But since it's just the 2 of us, like, we just kind of get shit everywhere. So I feel like I would be a good roommate and a bad roommate in different ways. I feel like I'm a very mediocre roommate. I guess we can ask Kat. But, like, I'm loud and a little bit messy, but otherwise, like, I basically just stay in my room, so, like, I won't bother you. I do my own, like, dishes and laundry. So I feel like it could be worse. Like, I could be worse to live with for sure. Not so much now, because now I'm a complete nightmare, but again, if I wasn't living with Charlie, and the circumstances were different. Parky! As I just put food in my mouth. Hold on. Parky, thank you for the raid. Cool boy, kitten sniffer. Welcome in, guys. Perfect timing. As I literally take a bite of my burger, you guys come in. How's it going? How was your stream, Parky? What were you guys up to? Let me go to here. How was your dinner? It's good. It's good. If you guys don't know me, my name is Ty. My pronouns are they, them. I am a variety, but mostly Pokemon streamer here on Twitch. I am a member of Egg Toast with Parky. If you guys are from my chat and you're not following Parky, please do so because we love Parky here. Team Egg Toast, best dream team! And as you can see, we are raising money. I'm sure if you guys were in Parky's chat, you know, but we are currently raising money to save the children. So if you guys want to participate in saving them kids, there's an exclamation point donate you guys can do. I have incentives if I can pull them up. Your overlay is so cute. My Tiltify overlay is so uggo. Yeah, I just did the bar. Like, I have the bar and then I have the alerts, and that's pretty much it. But let me pull open the incentives. Hold up. Why is it the one image that's not loading? Hello? Why is it broken? Give it a sec. Okay. Beep boop. Beep, bop. There we go. Oh, it's in front of my face. Hold on. Let me crop. There you go. Okay. Let me come over here so you can see them. These are my incentives. So if you donate $1 or more, you get your name on an egg. It's not a real egg because this economy is really bad and I can't afford real eggs, but it's a fake egg. If you donate $5 or more, you get to temporary tattoo me with a frog tattoo. $10 and I will eat a gross bean. $25, I will draw you whatever you want on MS Paint. It will be bad, but I will draw you whatever you want. If you donate $50 or more, I will shout you out on social media. I'll give you a little like Instagram shout out or Twitter shout out or whatever social media you want. And if you donate $100, I will hand write you a letter and mail it to you if you want. If we get to $25 raised overall, you guys get to pick my profile picture on Twitter for a whole month. It can be literally whatever image as long as it's safe for work. If you donate, if we get to $50 total, I will crack a physical real egg over my head and let the yolk like drip down. If we get to $75 total, you guys get to pick my next cosplay and I will put it on for a stream. And if we get to $100 total raised, I will do my very first Nuzlocke. Wish me luck. The economy is so bad, a fake egg is so real. Yeah, I was willing to crack one real egg over my head, but I was not willing to write everybody's name individually on a real egg. A Nuzlocke? I've never done one. I'm terrified. I've never done one. I feel like all my Pokemon are going to die and I'm going to be really sad and get really attached to them. So that's why it's the $100 goal. Tiltify won't let you set a goal smaller than 100, so our goal is 100, but like more reasonably, I'm hoping that we get to like the $25 milestone. I'm not expecting us to raise 100 individually, but the whole goal for the whole team was like 500 and we crushed it, and then it was 1,000 and then we crushed it again. So you guys don't even need my help. We're doing great. Eating the rest of my burger. Don't mind me. The team is absolutely murdering. It's crazy. Goal smashed. Destroyed. Kitten Sniffer, thank you so much for the follow. Welcome to the Pog Bog. We love to have you here. Non-existent. Goal has been obliterated. But yes, for those of you... Oh! Hold it! Double raid! Double raid! Let's go! Welcome in, Holden's Raiders. We just got a raid from Parky. Now we got a raid from Holden. Welcome in, Bubble Boy Raiders. I was just explaining to Parky's Raiders. My name is Ty. My pronouns are they, them. Get raided, bench. I got raided twice. I am a variety, but mostly Pokemon streamer here on Twitch. We are doing shiny hunting right now. We are looking for Chikorita as part of our Pokemon Legends ZA starter shiny quest. So we already have Totodile locked and loaded. Now we're on Chikorita. And then also, Holden's Raiders, we are actually currently raising money for Save the Children as part of my Egg Toast stream team. We are all doing a joint Tiltify, trying to raise money for the kiddos. So exclamation point donate if you want to donate, and exclamation point charity if you want to hear more about the charity that we are raising money for. Every single dollar you get something. So if you donate $1, you get your name written on a fake egg. $5, you get to put a tattoo on my person. $10, I will eat a bean. $25, I will draw you something. $50, I will shout you out on social media. And $100, I will handwrite you a letter. If we hit 25 overall, chat gets to pick my profile picture for a month on Twitter. $50, I will crack a real physical egg over my head. $75, chat gets to pick my next cosplay. And $100, I will do my very first Pokemon Nuzlocke ever. So those are your incentives. Dan, welcome in. How's it going? I hope you guys are having a good day. Parky and Holden, if you guys need to raid and run or raid and rest, I totally understand. Hot people raid and rest. If you want to get yourself something to eat and lurk or lay down if you're tired or whatever you got to do, please do so. Am I allowed to crack it over your head? Absolutely. Yeah, I expected that you probably would, to be honest. Just like slam it on my head. I feel like I would wimp out. Like, I feel like I would be like, but if I let you do it, you can just... Damn, I love the egg memeing, but I don't got $50. You don't have to have $50. We just have to get to $50 total. So we're at 10. So if you have $10, we'd be like almost halfway there. Good luck. Thank you, Squid Potato. I appreciate it. But yeah, we're looking for Chikorita right now. If you're not following Holden as well, make sure that you're following Holden. I believe we got a shout out in there somewhere. What were you guys up to on stream? I think I saw Cult of the Lamb ? Are you doing the Cult of Bulba Boy again or whatever it was? Thank you for the shiny luck moth. I appreciate you. Oh, we're doing a double shiny hunt right now. We're doing eggs and encounters simultaneously. We were originally just doing encounters, but it took way too long. So I added eggs in to spice it up a little bit. Do my second ever Masuda hunt. And you also kind of walked in on me eating dinner, so don't mind that. Getting close to the end. Let's go. I've actually never played Cult of the Lamb, but I've played, like, all of the games that people recommend when they say, like, if you like this game, you'll like Cult of the Lamb, like Binding of Isaac and, like, Animal Crossing and stuff. So I assume that I would like it. I've just never played it. But yeah, thank you both so much for the raids. I appreciate it so much. Yeah, I gotta run, head to bed. Had a brutal day at work with an FDA inspection. We passed, and I have work tomorrow at 6 a.m., so I'm sleepy. Dude, I imagine. I'm glad you passed your FDA inspection. That's good news, at least. But yeah, work at 6 is far too early, so please get some rest. Sheesh, that sure is a day. Yeah, seriously. Like, yoicks. I thought I had a day just because I had to go to the dentist today. I had a dentist appointment and that was my whole day. I had to get a cavity filled. Y'all got no idea? I'm sure that I don't. I can't imagine doing your job. I can barely do my job, and my job requires absolutely no skill whatsoever. Solidarity, fuck the dentist. Yeah, fuck my dentist specifically also, because... So I had an appointment for my cleaning a few weeks ago, which is how, of course, we found out that I had a cavity, and then I had to get my cavity filled. But every single time I make an appointment with these motherfuckers, they call me, like, the day before, and they're like, hey, can you actually move your appointment and come in on a different day or at a different time or just not at all. And I'm like, hey, but because I scheduled my dentist appointments very specifically on Wednesdays when I don't have work, usually around the same time as an appointment that Charlie has in the same area as my dentist, so that I don't have to drive out there like multiple times, right? So Charlie has a standing appointment on Wednesdays that I drive them to. So I was like, we can just go to Charlie's appointment and then go to mine, or go to mine and then go to Charlie's. So I schedule my dentist appointments like very specifically on Wednesday afternoons so that it fits in with my schedule. And then they call me and they're like, hey, can you move it to like a different time or a different day? And I'm like, no, like I had an appointment, but then obviously I have to say yes, and then I move it. And then they'll like move it again. So I had my cleaning appointment, they moved it, I went to my cleaning, they scheduled my cavity, then they called me and asked me if I could like cancel my appointment or like move it. So I moved it to a different time. And then they called me and they were like, oh, hey, we're running behind. Like, we're not going to be able to see you. Can you come in 2 weeks from now on like May 15th or something? And I was like, no, I'm busy May 15th. Like, that's not even a Wednesday. Like, I can't come in. And they were like, okay, like, we'll just call you if we have a cancellation. And then they called me yesterday and they were like, oh, we have a cancellation for like tomorrow. You can come in. So I just took Charlie to their appointment Wednesday and then drove all the way back out there again today. And it's like a 45-minute drive. So I was like, bro, I hate you. And also, I'm autistic. The dentist is like quite literally a nightmare for me. I'm not like afraid of like needles or like drilling or anything. It's mostly just the sound and light experience for me as an autistic person that like I cannot stand. I get so overstimulated at the dentist, and I do hate when they like numb you. It's like the worst. And like, so, okay. I do not like mint, which is like what all toothpaste is. And I also don't like artificial cherry flavor. So today the numbing gel they put on me was artificial cherry flavored. So it was already off to a bad start, because when they put that numbing gel in your mouth, it like makes you salivate like way more than normal, because I don't know, it just like makes your mouth water. Science reasons, probably. So they put this cherry gel in my mouth that's making me salivate a bunch. And then my whole mouth... No way, a shiny Chikorita! It makes my whole mouth, like, taste like cherry. And, like, every time I swallow, it's like cherry in my throat. So that sucked. Then they numb me, which sucks, because they, like, poke a needle into your cheek. So that's the worst. And then, like, you know, they wait for the numbing to kick in or whatever, and then my dentist comes in. And so I have qualms with my dentist. Like, never had to be done to the dentist. I'm very glad, because I don't take the local anesthetic. It sucks. Local anesthetic sucks. But I have qualms with my dentist, because last time I was there, first of all, I suck at small talk, right? Like, I am not good at having small talk, especially when I'm at the dentist, because like your fingers are in my mouth, so it's already hard to respond. Like, don't ask me questions. But last time I went to the dentist for my cleaning, Charlie couldn't come with me because I had something else around the same time. And I usually like to bring Charlie with me to the dentist because of how much of a sensory nightmare it is and how anxious I get having to talk to the dentist and like explain what's going on. And I don't brush my teeth enough because I have depression. It's a whole thing. So like, just going to the dentist is a nightmare. I like to bring Charlie with me, but Charlie couldn't come, so I went by myself. And like, I don't even know. She comes in and starts making small talk with me, asking me if I have any plans for the summer, whatever, whatever. And I tell her, you know, I have a couple friends that are getting married, and I have a concert I'm going to, and blah, blah, blah. And then, you know, like, the topic of marriage came up because I was talking about going to my friends' weddings, and she was like, how old are you? And I was like, 23. And she was like, oh, like, do not get married. Like, you're so young. Don't get married. You know, I've been married to my husband for however many years, and like, you know, I'm done with it. Like, you know, live your life for, you know, a good few more years. Like, don't get married. And I was like, bitch, I'm engaged. And I have brought my partner with me to the dentist multiple times before this interaction. Like, how unprofessional is it to tell me that, like, you want to get divorced from your husband? Like, because, now, granted, like, this is probably a straight woman, right? So, like, her experience does not reflect my experience being in a, like, T for T relationship. But, like, what kind of scare tactic is that? Like, I'm happily engaged and going to be married and happily married, hopefully. Like, what a thing to say to me, right? And as somebody who, like, again, struggles with small talk, but also just struggles with talk in general. Like, sometimes I just don't know what to say to somebody when we're conversing. So that was, like, completely not in the playbook of things I had in my head that my dentist would say to me. You know, I'm prepared to talk about the weather being warm and what I'm doing this summer and, you know, whatever. I am not prepared to talk about your divorce. Like, and I couldn't tell if she was for real or not about, like, not liking her husband. Because sometimes guys just joke about hating their wives. And I guess women do it too. And sometimes people actually mean it. And it's like, so that was an insane interaction to have. So I bring Charlie with me to the dentist today. I'm going to dip for a little bit. Good luck getting chickaritas. Thank you. Thank you for the raid and for hanging out. It was good to talk to you. I am getting chickaritas. Hopefully one of them will be shiny. But I hope you have a good evening, Parky. So I bring Charlie with me this time, thank God, because Charlie is, like, now in charge of the small talk because, like, I'm not having it. I put my headphones in at the dentist because I don't like, again, like, the sounds of the drill and stuff. So I'm like, Charlie, you're in charge of talking. Because Charlie's an extrovert, they're good at conversation. So I'm like, Charlie, you're in charge. And last time I was there, I had, like, a Neato fidget with me, which, if you guys don't know, is like a squishy toy. And I always bring fidgets with me to the dentist because it's a sensory nightmare and it's something that helps ground me. And, like, yeah, I'm an adult, but I have autism, so, like, don't come at me for having a toy in my bag, okay? Hi, Nando. How's it going? You want more Need for Speed matches? Let's go. I dislike being an adult. It's rough. Wish me luck for Tsunami. Good luck. I hope the episodes are good. And so, like, last time I was there, she was like, oh, like, what is that? And I was like, it's like a fidget thing. And she was like, I don't know, like, kind of like making fun of me for having it, I guess. And I was like, okay, whatever. So I took my axolotl with me to the dentist today because she made fun of me for having a gummy bear. So I took my axolotl with me. I don't know. And I took Charlie with me. And so when she came into the room after I was, like, numbed up and everything, she was like, you know, she saw me, like, playing with my axolotl and she was like, oh, like, are you nervous? And I was like, oh, you know, just like a little. And she was like, oh, well, like, don't be nervous. Like, you're already numb. Like, that's the hard part. You know, I've been doing this for 20 years. Like, you know, you've got nothing to worry about. And I'm like, right. Like, I understand that you're trying to, like, make me feel better in this situation, but, like, the way she said it just kind of felt like she was patronizing me, and, like, that I wasn't valid for having anxiety and having sensory overload at the dentist. Like, it's not that I thought she was gonna, like, do a bad job filling my cavity. It was just like, this is just an experience that makes me anxious, and I would prefer it if you just, like, didn't make that, like, more difficult for me. So, luckily Charlie was there to kind of, like, steer the conversation because I was just, like, kind of done with her at this point. I was like, I really don't want to talk to you after last time. Like, I would really prefer it if you just did my dental work and did not speak to me, please. So, anyway, cavity went fine, more or less, but my dentist is a little bit aggressive. I mean, she tells you to, like, bite and, like, open your mouth and, like, whatever. I don't know. She does that in, like, an aggressive tone. I'm like, you could be nicer about it. I get it's your job, but, like, I'm sensitive. Alright. Not shiny. You're so valid, thank you. It's just, like, not fun. I feel like dentists have to know that people don't enjoy being there. You know, like, at least I'm not having a full-on panic attack. I'm just using a fidget to ground myself, and I, like, put in earbuds so that I don't have to, like, hear the sounds of you drilling into my head. I feel like that's not unreasonable. And then I would just prefer that you stay out of my relationship, dentist. Because she also totally turned it around when I told her I was engaged. She was like, oh my god, like, congratulations, that's such good news. Like, have you set a date, blah, blah, blah. And I was like, oh, now you're excited for me when you 5 seconds ago told me never to get married? Like, which is it? She was like, oh, you're in the good news chair. Like, the last person in here also had good news. Like, there was, you know, one woman was having a baby, and, you know, a gentleman we had was getting retired, and I was like, that's cool. Like, it's not really new news. I've been engaged since October, but, like, you know, whatever. It's new to you, I guess. But, you know, it's really funny when I just say the word fiance, which was not the case at the dentist, but I find it really funny when I just say the word fiance and I am immediately greeted with congratulations as though it is recent. Like, I've been engaged for like 6 months at least. And like, if I say like, oh, I'm engaged or I got engaged recently or whatever, I feel like that makes sense to congratulate. But when I'm just like, oh yeah, my fiance and I were at the mall, and then somebody goes, oh my god, your fiance, congratulations, I'm like, thank you, but we've been in, huh? Like, I don't know. It's like, it's not a bad thing, it's just kind of funny to me. I'm like, why are you, especially when like strangers do it, like, as if that the word fiance means engaged, like, just now, and not like we could have been. What if we had been engaged for like 8 years? What if we just had like a really long engagement? Because some people have really long engagements. So like, what if we had been engaged for like 5 years and people are still congratulating me on it? It's like, this is just a state of mind. We'll be engaged for a while before actually having a wedding. Yeah, like, our engagement was more practical than anything. Like, obviously I love you and I wanted to propose, but like, being married is a practical choice for us right now rather than like an emotional decision, you know? Like, I want to marry you right now, but it's more so that it's like convenient if I do so rather than, you know, something that we want to do, because we do want to, but it's like we won't be able to have an actual wedding for a while because we have to save and plan and, you know, do all the things, versus being legally married, which is just a piece of paper. So I feel like, I don't know, it's just kind of funny. Like, obviously, I appreciate any congratulations that we get, but it's kind of just like, what are we talking about right now? Several things at play that could determine when we legally versus socially get married. Yeah, it's like we might get legally married earlier than we get, like, actually socially married because of everything happening with Trump and tariffs and, like, Obergefell and all that stuff. Personally, I think the distinction between fiance and husband-wife, whatever, always conveys specifically a married partner without gendering is stupid. Yeah, like, genuinely, a good chunk of the reason that I wanted to be engaged was because, like, the word partner felt like, I don't know, not like, it didn't feel like the word I wanted to use to describe Charlie. Like, yeah, we're partners, but like, business partners, romantic partners, like, we're partners in a lot of things. Partners in crime, sure. But like, I don't know, I feel like people don't take the word partner seriously, and I know it's just like a gender neutral term, but I feel like people are weird about it, and significant other is far too long, You know, it's like boyfriend girlfriend is like, I don't know, it feels so high school, but fiance feels more adult, and same thing with like partner feeling kind of almost medical, like we're partners in a law firm or something versus like love of my life. So fiance was great because it's gender neutral as long as it's not written out. Um and like it's great for being in a T for T relationship, and it makes people think that your relationship is like more serious than it was a moment ago when you weren't engaged, which for some people it is, but like I am equally as serious about Charlie now that we're engaged than I was before we were engaged, and that I will be when we're married. Like it's all the same. Partners in being gay and doing crime, exactly. We're partners in both of those things. Significant other feels so proper, it does. But then when we get married, we have to go back to being like spouse. And that feels medical again. Like less medical than partner, but it feels so proper to be like, oh, this is my spouse. Like, I want to call Charlie something silly and goofy and stupid but cute and lovey, but like still portrays the relationship that we have to each other without gendering them and calling them my wife or my husband. Like it's a weird line. I think I prefer fiance to girlfriend and wife. Like I think that fiance is like the perfect description for our relationship. And I don't mind having a long engagement because it means we get to use the word fiance longer. And that's a great word. Fiance is great. Partner is vague. Spouse is more medical. Yeah. It's just like, I don't know. It feels like the kind of thing I would put on like a legal piece of paper that they're my spouse, rather than something that I would say to somebody like, oh, this is my spouse. Yeah, and it's also fun to mispronounce the word fiance. We say fiancé a lot, and then we also just say fancy. Because like in like British English, you can say like, oh, I fancy you, which is like to say that you have a crush on somebody or whatever. So it's like, you're my fiancé, you're my fancy. I don't know, it's just something we do. So like, I like the word fiance more than every other word to describe a relationship that I've ever used. Partner, significant other, spouse, like fiance is the one, you know? They don't say that in American? Not really. Not, at least not in my experience. We usually just say crush or or like have feelings for. We don't usually say fancy. But maybe some people do, but not where I'm from. We just say like, oh, like I have feelings for you, I have a crush on you, I like you. That's usually what we say. I like you. That's what you say when you're kids, to differentiate between like and like. Because obviously love is a different word. Like to tell someone you love them versus to tell someone you like them are two totally different things. But me and a guy that I used to sort of be talking to had this conversation once where he was like, I wish that there was a word that like was between like and love that you could use when you are like sort of talking with somebody, or like, he was referring to our relationship. He's like, when you're, you know, talking to somebody or dating somebody, but you're not at the love stage, but you're past the like stage. He was like, I wish there was a word for that, because I want to tell you like that I love like you, that I love like you. And so we would say I love like you to each other a lot, which is really stupid. But it was just the way that he would differentiate the way that he felt about me before he had the balls to tell me he loved me, which took way too fucking long, by the way. But that's irrelevant. It's not important. But in the grand scheme of things, I think he was right. Like, I wish there was a word that was for when you are in the early stages of a relationship with someone where you like them, you like them, but you don't love them yet. Like, I do wish that there was like a renowned word for that. Like of, yeah. Same general vibe. But yeah. It's weird, I don't know. And it feels like fiance is the word between like like and love, except for between like dating and marriage. I mean, obviously, physically it is that word, but like it feels like the perfect word to describe the stage of the relationship I'm in with Charlie, where it's like still like maybe a little early for marriage, not like by a lot, but like maybe a little early for marriage, but too far in to just be dating. Like we're engaged. Plus, engaged with a Y, like engaged, is like such a great word. I love saying that we're engaged with a Y. It's fantastic. Absolutely love it. If we could have the legal benefits of being married while being fiancés, I would probably just stay fiancés. So we could just be fiancés forever. But it would be probably pretty weird if we were married to still call each other fiancé. Because people are still going to expect, like, oh, when's the wedding? It's like, oh, we already have it. Okay, aren't you married then? And it's like, yeah, but we like the word fiancé. It's a good word. We've tried doing the fun thing where you combine the word husband and wife, like wasband and hife. But I feel like those are things we would only call each other in private. I love calling Charlie my husband. I think that's a great word, but I don't think it would. I don't think it would hold up outside of in private. There's a lot of things Charlie and I call each other in private that I wouldn't maybe call them in front of other people. But yeah, I wish there was a better gender-neutral word for being married besides spouse, because spouse feels so, like, government paperwork to me. It doesn't feel like there's enough love in that word. It feels like the type of word that, like, that people say when they're, like, mad at their spouse. Like, my spouse thinks that we should, you know, wrap them around you and have them as your wife band. Exactly. I mean, they do wrap around me low-key. They could be my wife band. Because we also, like, depending on the context, we don't super mind gendered terms. Like, I don't love being gendered ever, but when we're at the vet and the vet calls Charlie our dog's mom and me the dog's dad, like, I feel okay with that. I feel like I am his dad. Like, I feel like I am the father figure and Charlie is the mother figure. Not because I'm a man and Charlie's a woman, but because I just feel like Charlie does all the motherly things and I do the fatherly things. And, like, you know, that feels right to our relationship to them. But I wouldn't, if I had a real child, like a human child, which I wouldn't, but if I did, I would not want them to call me dad. Like, that, then I would want them to call me something else. But, like, at the vet, it's, like, not that big of a deal. I could see that. Yeah. It's like, it just depends on the situation. Like, I feel like at the vet is just very different than, like, if we had a real kid with sentience. Not that animals don't have sentience, but dogs have no concept of gender terminology. Like, that means nothing to them. Alright, I have an ad coming up in like 10 seconds, so I'm going to try to run that before we get to 40 on the Diglett front. You guys get something to eat, something to drink, go to the bathroom, do your checks, pay your loans, walk your pet fish, do whatever you gotta do, and I will see you very shortly on the other side of the ad. Okay, sorry, we're on the ad, but it got to 40 while we were on the ad. Sorry if you're in an ad. I have to check. Damn it, I thought about snoozing. Damn it, Ninkata. I thought about snoozing the ad, but then it was too late. And now I've run into an Ninkata I didn't want to. Ninkata, move. Hold on. If we get the shiny during the ad, I swear. Hopefully the ad will end. It has like 2 minutes left on it. Why did they suddenly start collecting Diglets? It was like stuck at 34 for like a long time. Oh, now the eggs are hatching. Oh my god. This is a nightmare. This is a nightmare. Okay. Please don't be shiny. Alright, we're good, we're good, we're good so far, we're good so far. Bruh. I know, I know. It's fine, everything's fine. Okay, not shiny, we're good, we're good, we're good, we're good. This is the only time you'll see me hoping for something not to be shiny. Please. Don't do this to me. Okay, alright, we're good, we're good, we're good. Good so far. Everybody stay calm. Okay, alright, we're good, we're good, we're good. Alright. One more, one more. The ad has 50 seconds left on it. God damn it. I should have just snoozed it. I had a snooze too. I just started yapping about marriage and terminology. Okay, alright, run, 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 run. Alright. Okay, there's a Crawdon. But can I get a Chikky? Come on, come on. You are not Chikky. Hello, where are all the moms? Okay, just weeping bells up here. Alright, I'll check the Crawdon. Okay, welcome back from the ad. Unfortunately, it went to 40 during the ad, which I was hoping it wouldn't, but it did. So, you missed nothing. We just hatched some eggs. None of them were shiny. And now we're encountering a not shiny Crawdon, so everything's fine. You missed nothing during the ad. So sorry. Okay. Can we get a Chikky? Now that the ad's over, we can get a shiny, so it's fine. I told the eggs not to be shiny, but that's because we're going to get a shiny encounter instead. Right. Right now. This one's the one. Okay, fuck you. It was not the one. It's fine. It's fine. Everything's fine. Nothing bad ever happens to... Damn it! I was hoping we'd get one more. Rude. So rude. Ugh. That's fucked up. Alright. Well, is that our last set of eggs, or do we have one more? That was the last ones. Damn it! I was hoping... Ugh. Why did I, like, not have enough eggs today, but I had enough last time? That's so weird. Like, why do the eggs hatch at different rates? So wait, how many eggs is that? Isn't that 310 that we're at? Let me see. 30, 60, 80... no, 90. I can't do math. 30, 60, 90, 120, 150, 180, 210, 240, 270, 300, 310. Okay. 310 eggs that we've hatched so far. Okay, well, we have like 20 minutes left. I'm out of eggs, so we'll just have to raw dog encounters for the rest of it, I guess. There's one. I didn't get a full BRB. I was going to drink my milkshake, so I'm just going to do that real fast. Let me check on your checks. I didn't check them because I came back unexpectedly. 78% gay, 20% froggy, 54% eepy, 27% smelly, 69% cute, 73% froggy, 96% gay for pasta. Let's go. Alright. Well, the original plan was to get to 750. I don't know if we'll be able to get to 50 in the next 20 minutes without eggs. But we're at 738. We'll at least get to 740. I'll try to get as many as I can. If I had another batch of eggs, we'd get there for sure, but that is okay. We will make do with what we have. I'm like, maybe I should get more than 50 eggs to do per stream, but 50 was like working for a while. We were just so speedy today. We're at 310 on the eggs, so if I get like 50 to 60 more for next time, we'll be at like 370-ish. And then yeah, we'll be at 512 before we know it. We're still under odds on the eggs, and obviously way under odds on the encounters, because if you take 310 away from the number we have there, that would be the number of encounters. So what, 700 minus 300 is like 400, and then minus 10, so like 428 have been encounters, and 310 have been eggs, basically. I didn't make different counters because I was lazy and I knew I would be able to do the math. But, you know. Bummer. Alright. We probably won't get to 40 again before the end of stream either. Because they're going kind of slow today. Probably should have played Coconut Mall on the last one, but with the ad and everything, I got caught off guard. It's okay. We'll do what we can. Pasta with the 5-stream streak. Very gay. Thank you for being here. I appreciate you guys coming every day. To stream. I like having, like, regulars. Because I feel like for a really long time, I kind of had, like, a revolving door of people that would come in. I think that they were just, like, on the, like, Minecraft category, or on the, you know, Pokemon category, the Animal Crossing category, or whatever, and they would just kind of, like, pop in for a few streams, and then they would kind of, like, dip out. But I like, with Pokemon, I've kind of gotten more of a consistent, you know, people aren't here, like, every time, but, like, they'll come back, which is nice. I like that you guys want to come back. I feel like for a while, maybe my retention wasn't the best, that people would show up, and then they wouldn't come back. Even if I lured you in by defeating Banjo-Tooie with a vibrator, and that's the reason you came back, I'll take it. Because I do stuff like that all the time. Not that specifically, but I do weird stuff. I'm a weird guy. I'm a weirdo. I'm weird. I don't fit in. I don't want to fit in. Have you ever seen me without the stupid hat on? That's weird. I do this all the time. I love doing the stupid Jughead monologue. It's like, I do it all the time. If ever I say I'm weird, I just end up going straight into it. Hey, it was a good gimmick. Thank you. I appreciate that. I really did not know if that was gonna work or not. Like, because it made sense in theory that, like, you know, repetitive motion on the A button would result in that, but I figured that I would have to, like, I don't know, I figured I would have to get it, like, really specific, which I kind of did. I had to get it on the right setting and, like, press it up at the right time, But I thought it was going to be harder than it was. That's what she said. Um, but I actually got it after a few tries, which was incredibly shocking to me. Definitely top 10 stream moments. It made it into the channel trailer, which, by the way, I did revamp my channel trailer, and I updated it with new clips, including, of course, that one. So if you guys came in with a raid, or if you're just, like, relatively new here, and you're like, what is this guy about? You can check out my channel trailer. It's on my YouTube channel, and it's also on, like, my Twitch, like, pinned at the top. So if you want to, see some of the finest moments we've ever had on this channel, give the little channel trailer a watch, and it'll give you the vibes. I posted it on YouTube, and I feel like it did not get pushed out to the algorithm because literally nobody saw it, which is fine, because I really just wanted to have it set as my YouTube channel trailer, which just meant I had to upload it. But I thought it was really funny that I put that out and got approximately 0 views on it. The vibes, yeah, get it? Because I used a vibrator. Haha. Vibes. Is it this game that I have a Vibrava named Vibrator? I think I do. It's either this game or Scarlet Violet. One of the two. We're still at 7:38. With like 10 minutes to spare. Can I please get 2 more chickies? But yeah, I also have other stuff on my YouTube channel, not just that. I have a new video coming out in May at some point. It was supposed to come out in March, and then it took me 2 months to edit. So it'll come out when it's done. But it's a really good video so far. I'm very proud of it. It is just hours and hours and hours and hours and hours of footage that I had to cut down to a palatable video length. And, you know, keep entertaining, because it's also a very repetitive thing with shiny hunting. But it will see the light of day eventually. I am forcing myself to post on YouTube around once a month. Of course, again, this video was supposed to come out in March, and 2 months later I'm still working on it. But generally speaking, I'm trying to post like 1 long-form video a month and then like 4 short-form videos a month. Have I stuck to that? Not really, but I'm doing my best. But I have a video about when we got our shiny Mewtwo up on my channel. I have a video reacting to the Pokemon Presents with the Legend ZA trailer. The new video I have coming out is going to be about a certain shiny hunt we did in January. And then I have another video planned for another hunt we did semi-recently. So keep your eyes peeled. If you weren't here for those streams, no worries. They will be cut down into a long but shorter than stream format. It's like stream is like the longest form content, right? Like uploading just a VOD, like raw, is like a 4-hour long video. And then cutting it down to a long form YouTube video is like making it into like a 20-30 minute video. And then short form content is like a minute, you know? So it's like YouTube feels short in comparison to streaming, but long in comparison to TikTok. You know? Sorry, my nose is so itchy, I keep scratching it. I had an itch on my chin when my chin was like still numb from the dentist, and I literally could not scratch it. It was driving me insane. Like, I actually was so mad. Alright, come on. Where are all the chickies at? Cannot go this long with no chickies. I thought for sure we'd get to 7:40. I have like 8 minutes left. Please. Just 2 chickies, I beg of you. Mon's over here trying to get me to 40 Diglets. Where are all my chickies at? Maybe they'll show up during the shiny time if I go help Moth look for Diglets. We'll have a Diglet break. Yeah, there's one right there. Seems like that's what Moth is doing, is just running to that point. So I can do that in between chickies. Well, not even chickies, just in between chickie checks. Because there's not even any chickies here. Well, we're at 27 already, so... We should get to 40, and then I can put Coconut Mall on. I can't end stream without playing Coconut Mall. It just doesn't feel right. we have to Coconut Mall it up. Ah, there's not one right there. All right, let me see if I can find a different one. Hello. There's one. All right, 29. That's almost... Oh, 30. Okay, all right, 10 more. We got this. Chickie checks. Yeah. Gotta be checking for chickies. There's one! Finally! Thank God! Oh my God. Not shiny, but at least it's a chickie. Felt like we were in a drought there. Alright. We need at least one more chickie, and we need 9 more Diglets. Can we do it? Yes, we can. Bob the Builder. I don't know why that's what my brain did, but that's what it did. You guys ever watch Bob the Builder? The original one, not the garbage new one. Bob the Builder, can he fix it? Bob the Builder. Yes, we can. Alright. Show me one more chickie. That's a Crawdon. So close. Austin? What was Austin doing down here? I used to not know, like, any Austins, and now I know, like, 3. I don't know why I had such a stark increase in people I know named Austin in the last couple of years, but... I know way more Austins now than I used to. Well, I knew one Austin in high school. He was in band. So I did know one Austin. Now I know, like, 4. There's freaking Bellsprout. Okay. Alright, 33. 7 more. 7 more, chat. We just need, like, 2 Doug trios. Alright. Star. Ah, there's not one right there. I was hoping there would be. Okay. Check down here. There's one. Alright. It's usually one of those 2 places. Alright, let me get Coconut Mall queued up. Coco. Nut Mall. Add to queue. Okay. Got it. You got a trio! Let's go! Alright, 3 more. 3 more. And ideally, at least 1 more Chikorita. I can't end on 739, that's insane. The goal was 750, but I'll take 740. Because I could have hatched 2 more batches of eggs by now. Or at least 1 more batch, and then I could have done another one on the bike, but... I definitely could have hatched 1 more batch of eggs by now. So that would have been 5. Alright, 38. Let me see if I can grab one right here. Yep, alright, 39. Alright. Coconut Mall time, motherfuckers. There it goes. Alright. Literally, we need one more Chikky, please. Bum 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 bum. No, no, owl, get away from me. Bum 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 bum. I thought you were a Pokemon, and I was like, oh, it's coming at me. Okay. Freaking no Crawdons or Chickies. I'm insulted right now. Oh wait, I didn't put it on repeat. I gotta put it on repeat. There we go. Oh, there is a Crawdon. We'll check him. I found a Chikky. Does that count? No. Okay. I literally just need one, please. It's actually crazy that there hasn't been like more than a couple in the last like 20 minutes. Where are they hiding? There's a Turtwig. There's another Crawdon. Come on. Give me something. God damn it. I'm tired of this, Grandpa. Alright, we're through one rendition of Coconut Mall. Well, that's too damn bad. No. Please. Oh my god, another Crawdon. Okay, I'll come back for him. Hold on. I gotta find a Chikky. I am not ending on 739. Nope. Please. Not what I wanted. You're wasting my time, Weepin' Bell. These encounters take so long. Let me run. No freaking Chickies? I'm gonna lose my mind. Why are there none? I'm not a man, but smash the bell. Real. Come on. Give me a freaking Chikky. You found another? Why are you getting all the Chickies? Your base power is working for you, clearly. Why is it not working for me? This bitch. You found 3? Where are they for me? Why don't I get any? This is insulting. I'm gonna call... There's another Crawdon? You're kidding. Okay, the whistle went off, so we can check the Crawdon. I'm gonna call the army. I'm Phil-Lestering this. I can't believe that. And the Crawdon's not shiny. Ugh. That's fucked up. That we didn't see a single one. Granted, I entered the room before the whistle, so there still could be one in here. We could check the Poliwhirl, too. Just for funsies. Come on. Literally. Don't do this to me. It's so fucked up. I just want a shiny chicken. There's literally not one. That's so fucked up. That's actually fucked. Watch, I'm gonna leave and come back in, and it's gonna be the first one after that whole ordeal. Bro. So fucked up. Peachy, how are you? How's it going, Toy? I love you. Where are the chickies? I'm gonna kill somebody. There's literally not any. You have a headache? I'm sorry. I make it go away. There's a freaking Beebus, but there's not a Chikky. I'm gonna throw myself off a bridge. Ella made me an emote. Let me see. There's one! Oh my god, we're free. Oh my god. Let me see. What am I looking at? Oh, it's like in a blankie. Cute. Very cute. And the fucking Chikky was not shiny. Okay, well. Kill me. Wait, Tori, I gotta show you my axolotl. Check this guy out. He says hello. Fidget slug, but he's axolotl. He's a fidget axolotl and not a slug. Because I have a slug one, but he's a fidget axolotl slug. Do you like fidget slugs? I love fidget slugs. I have a non-binary, like 3D printed fidget slug, and now I have the axolotl one. Charlie got it for me because we were at CVS and we went to pick up my anxiety prescription. So I walked out of there with Lexapro and an anxiety axolotl. Which is a very me thing to have happened. Oh, making a mental note of that. Okay. I mean, to be fair, I have like 2 now, so... okay. We're gonna go up because we got 740 and I'm ending there. I cannot believe how long that took. And we still got no shinies. What the fart? I have a Translug and a dolphin. It's true. Alright, well, I'm gonna eat the rest of my french fries. So, my hair is so flat. Oh my god. I need to floof it back up. This is why it was in the hat, because now it's all flat. Put the hat back on. There we go. It's fine. Alright, let me see who is live to raid. Oh, I forgot that I still have that up. There's the incentives. Let's see who's live to raid. Think about Minecraft? I was thinking about Minecraft too. I might play after I get off. Okay. Ooh. Oh, there are some people live. Ooh, there are people live. There are humans live right now. Ooh, so true, so true. There are some people live. Ooh. Ooh, there are many humans live at this time. Okay, I'm between a few, but I think I want to raid Austin because I haven't raided Austin in like a hot minute, and they're playing Mario. And we just saw him at Birth Party, so I want to send him some love. Bill is live and Tyler. Yeah, I do see that Tyler is live. Self-Titled is live. No way. I would raid them, but they suck. Alright, we're gonna raid Austin. Can I get all of the things in chat? Please. Oh, Tori's on a 7-stream streak. Get fucked, Pasta. I'm kidding. /J. Okay, there are your raid messages. The first 2 are for anyone to use, and the second 2 are for subscribers only, so use whichever one works best for you. If I can copy my own raid message, that would be awesome. Great. I will steal all your cats. Oh my god, no. Tori has so many cats. You can follow me on all my socials. I'm on TikTok, Twitter, YouTube, Instagram, and Blue Sky. I just posted a new TikTok yesterday of us getting the shiny Marowak, so go check that out. I posted my new YouTube video yesterday, so go check that out. And you can join the Discord. We are doing movie night tomorrow night. If you want to watch Wicked with us, join the Discord. Movie night. Be there or be square, bitch. Movie night tomorrow. We're going to be rating Fuvlam, also known as Austin, also known as Bestie. Like I said, he is playing Mario, so go give him some love. I just saw him the other night, and he is such a lovely human. I love him so much. Yeah, you can use my code selftitled10 for 10% off of your advanced GG order, and you can visit our coffee shop if you want to get our bracelets, crochet, perler beads, stream assets, anything you want that I sell, that we sell, you can get on there. I'll be with you guys tomorrow night for movie night, and then probably Sunday night for DAs. So, have a great rest of your time zone. Get some rest, and I will see you all next time. Bye!